A very good morning to one and all present here for Amity University's online professional development program, Cultivating Academic Integrity in Working Professionals. I, Vandana, extend a very warm welcome to all the guests, respected dignitaries, deans, and directors, and all the participants on the second day of this program. The first session for the day has been titled Strategies and Tools to Prevent Plagiarism, which will be taken up by Professor Ramesh C. Gaur. Professor Dr. Ramesh C. Gaur is presently Dean, Director, and Head of Kalanidhi Division at Indira Gandhi National Centre for the Arts, New Delhi, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Professor Gaur is one of the senior faculty officials at IGNCA. Professor Gaur has played a pivotal role in creating awareness, education, and training on and about research publication ethics, particularly on plagiarism in India. He was a member of the University Grant Commission MHRD Committee for drafting UGC, Promotion of Academic Integrity and Prevention of Plagiarism in Higher Educational Institutions, Regulations 2018. He has conducted over 100 workshops and invited talks on plagiarism, its detection and avoidance. In 28 years of professional career, he has published over 70 papers, delivered over 400 lectures, authored or edited 8 important books in his chosen field, and sponsored organizations and causes related to library science. It is our honor to have you with us, sir. Over to you.
1 second, Mobin, there is a issue raised by the participants saying that it is not audible to them. But I think it's audible to us. I can hear it.
Ma'am, it's audible. I can.
Yes, it is audible, ma'am.
Fine, thank you.
Shall we?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so can I ask somebody to please share my PPT? So good morning, and I'm extremely sorry for this all inconvenience because of some technology glitches at my end. So thanks Rashnaji for inviting me to interact or present my thoughts on strategies and tools to prevent plagiarism. If you can make it a slideshow, please. To the participants of this 5 days online faculty development program under Guru Dakshita Faculty Induction Scheme, Cultivating Academic Integrity in Working Professionals. So I will try to share with you my thoughts on this very important issue dealing with plagiarism and allied areas. We all know that starting from the problem formulation to deciding the topic of research till the final publishing the result in form of a research article or a thesis or a book. At every stage in this particular research process, we are supposed to follow certain professional ethics, certain issues which we call it academic integrity. And this is the responsibility of each and every professional to adhere to such rules and regulations. So I will try to give you all those guidelines of basics and understanding, and also certain kind of strategies to how to avoid plagiarism, how to detect plagiarism, and also the concern which you need to know about it. Next slide, please. We all know that University Grant Commission is the controlling body for education in India. Somebody has to listen, like when I say next slide, the slide should be changed.
No, I'm trying, sir. I'm trying.
Okay.
It's not happening. Just give me a second. I'll share it again.
Okay.
Just now click on the slide and then move.
Yeah, I'm doing, ma'am. Now it is changing.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
So we all know that UGC is the controlling body for academics in India. and guidelines, regulations prepared by UGC are followed by all universities in India. It may be central university, it may be deemed university, it may be state university, it may be a private university. These are the bindings on all of us. So time to time, UGC has come out with different regulations. If you start with 2009 regulation, minimum standards for uh, PhD and MPhil, which has been revised from time to time, it is mandatory that all our thesis and dissertations should be uploaded in an open access repository created by a body of UGC called InfilmNet Center under Sodh Ganga e-repository. So I'm sure you are aware of that, and please careful that when your thesis is going to be submit immediately after award of the degree, it will be accessible to everyone in this world. So you have to be very careful about that. Second, in 2016, a committee was constituted by MHRD and UGC to draft plagiarism regulation, which we call it UGC Promotion of Academic Integrity and Prevention of Plagiarism in Higher Education. I was one of the key member of that committee, which has drafted all these regulations. So I'm sure you all are aware of that. These regulations were notified on 31st July 2018, and it is mandatory for each and every scholar to follow these mandatory guidelines. To enhance the quality of research publications, UGC has also come out in June 9, 2019 with the list called UGC Care List of quality reference journals. So when you publish your research, you have to ensure that your research should be published in a journal listed in this UGC Care List. This is also a very good mandatory guideline. When I was the member of that committee, I time and again, I insisted to UGC that we should have some kind of academic course on research ethics. And I'm glad in December 2019, UGC has approved this 2-credit course on research and publication ethics. This is mandatory for each and every PhD scholar, and every university has to introduce this course in their pre-PhD coursework. This is all about various kind of research misconduct, plagiarism, and other issues. Many people have some doubt about self-plagiarism, because some people believe that it is my publication, I can use as and when I want. But UGC has very clearly specified that self-plagiarism is also a plagiarism. There is no difference between other plagiarism and self-plagiarism. There are same punishment and same rules apply for that. Also in 2020, under the chairmanship of Dr. Bhatnagar, who was then Vice Chancellor of BHU, a committee drafted a document called Good Academic Practices. This is available on the website of UGC as well as other places, open access document. Most of these guidelines are available on UGC website and other resources. So my first suggestions to all the participants must know all about all these regulations and the guidelines. When we talk about, next slide, please. When we talk about this UGC regulation 2018, it is basically in 3-4 parts. The first part is introduction. Second is mandatory responsibilities of each university, like creating awareness and training modules on plagiarism and other related technical tools, and ensuring no plagiarism by providing plagiarism detection tools, good quality plagiarism tools, and then to investigate the plagiarism cases, every university should have a university level academic integrity panel, which is known as institution level academic integrity panel. Besides, every department should have a academic integrity panel. Department level, it should be investigated, and institution level, which generally should be headed by the Vice Chancellor, should take the punishment, take the penalties. And penalty has to be according to the rules. like similarities up to 10% are not included in any punishment. But when you talk about level 1, level 2, level 3, depending upon the similarities percentage, penalties or punishment have been defined. So now if you have any cases of plagiarism in your institution, university, you have to deal with according to these regulations. Next slide, please. And I also recommend that every university should draft its own plagiarism policy based on these guidelines. And this plagiarism policy should also talk about various kind of issues, what is plagiarism, how to detect, how to avoid, various kind of FAQs, how to avoid, guidelines for student, for faculty, for researcher, and all these things. What is citation, how to cite source, listing references, citation styles, counseling, and important other related issues. In this, if you have a department of library science, that should be involved. Otherwise, Central Library of the university should be part of this awareness program, because this is a domain subject of librarians and they can better tell you all these terminologies and the tools. Next slide. When we talk about academic integrity or research integrity, basically it is broadly refers to the thoughtful and honest adherence to relevant ethical, disciplinary, and financial standards in the promotion, design, conduct, evaluation, and sharing of research. In other words, research integrity includes use of honest and verifiable methods in proposing, performing, and evaluating research, reporting research results with particular attention to adherence to rules, regulation, and guidelines. Generally, when we do research, we have guidelines from university, from UGC, from different professional bodies in doing different types of research activities. So all these guidelines need to be followed, and it broadly combine a terminology we refer academic integrity or research integrity. Next slide. And when we talk about this ethics in research, it is very broad. In every step in the research, we have to follow these basic ethics in research, like honesty in proposing a proposal, honesty in questionnaire design, honesty in data collection, honesty in data analysis, honesty in data publishing. So this all honesty, objectivity, integrity, carefulness, openness, reliability, fairness at each step in research is very important. And that consists of ethics in research. Similarly, you have to respect the intellectual property right when you are publishing research. You have to use robust research methodology for fairness in data, any kind of misrepresentation. You have to maintain confidentiality at certain levels wherever it is required. And when we talk about supervision, you have to showcase high standards of mentorship and supervision. You have to respect for colleagues. You have to respect the society. No research should be harmful to the society. We all know that we have passes through a big pandemic, COVID-19. So it is because uh, many people believes that there was some leakage from a lab. Because of that, it spread all over the world. So any such things, any such research which is not useful to the society, or not, it is harmful to the society, should be avoided. We should not indulge in that kind of research. And of course, there are certain issues concerning rigorness, competence, legality, different kind of legal issues, handling of human or animal subject. That's very important part of the research. So this ethics in research is very broad. We need to go into details in various level of our academic program, PhD program. But here I'm focused, next slide, on a very particular subject, that is research and publication ethics. The publication ethics you need to know while publishing a research. And in this context, you have to understand that these research publication ethics mainly consist of kind of research misconduct or scientific misconduct due to data errors, falsification, fabrication, and plagiarism, and any violation in terms of collaboration issues like authorship, data ownership, ethics, consent, any issue in peer review, any conflict of interest, any violation of permissions, license policy, any kind of defamation, image manipulation, all kind of animal human subject recognition and acknowledgement. So all these is set up common rules among authors, editors, reviewers, and publishers to protect integrity of the scientific record, to ensure that it is based on consensus about standards and best practices. Uh, it ensures that integrity of the scientific record, and also it is ensure that reader can trust you. What you have published is an original research-based article. So it is between researcher and the user. User is the end user, reader, or any kind of person who is reading that research. He or she should trust you that what you have published, it is your own novel creative ideas. Otherwise, whatever you have borrowed, you have duly acknowledged that. Next slide. Let me define in detail what I mean. Next click. Why do we do research? To contribute to extend knowledge. How do we do this? By building on the work of others. Means no research is possible without referring existing knowledge. Nobody stop you from doing that, because uh, as much as you read, that as much you gain the knowledge. Because for reading, you have to be very prolific or extensive reader. So reading is very, very important. That enhance your knowledge. So there is no restrictions. There is no issue when you are reading something. You can refer n number of publication. Whatever is available to you, you can go any place, internet, library, or any place to refer anything on your subject. Next slide. But the issue start when you are reporting your research result. When you writing your thesis, you are writing your research article. At the time of writing your research, you are expected to place your research in the right context, to show that you are aware of what else is happening through literature review. You understand what your work, where your work fits in through citation and referencing. And your report must be consist of two thoughts. One is your own creative ideas, and another, the ideas you have borrowed from different sources. Next slide. And when you are writing your research, you have to make a balance between your idea and the ideas borrowed from other sources. That distinction between what is your own original work, what is your opinion about the work of others, the claims of others you are reporting, and what is actually said by others, verbatim means quotations, that should be clearly distinct. It will be very much clear to the readers. And this idea can be anything, work can be anything, ideas, description, research, data, opinions, pictures, figures, table, in audio, in video, in digital form, print form, whatever form it is, it exists. Next slide. And why it is important to make this distinction? Because not every report you write will necessarily be a description of your own novel original research. Sometimes you will write reports summarizing existing research to solve well understood problems with existing solution, means review research. And its most important thing is that a reader, examiner, referee should understand difference between what are your own original ideas and what you have borrowed from other sources. And if you are unable to make that distinction, next slide, you are committing a mistake. And what is that mistake? That mistake may be a research or scientific mistake, misconduct. What does misconduct means? Fabrication, falsification, plagiarism, or any other practice that seriously deviates from practices commonly accepted in the discipline or in the academic and research communities, generally in proposing, performing, reviewing, or reporting research and creative activities. Let's discuss all these issues one by one. Next slide. First, fabrication. What is fabrication? Fabrication is an intentional act of making up data or results and recording or reporting them. Means fake research, fictitious research. For example, in the social sciences, a researcher, interviewer completing a questionnaire for a fixed subject that was never interviewed. In the biological sciences, the creation of a data set for an experiment that was never actually happens. The practice of adding fictitious data to a real data set to get certain kind of result. In clinical research, the insertion of a clinical note into the research record to indicate compliance with an element of the protocol. These are some of the examples. There may be many. I will give you a live example. We have an institute called IMTech under CSR in Chandigarh. There was a researcher who went abroad, and after returning from that place, he claimed and informed his supervisor that I have done some research. So based on the data he shown to the supervisor, 7 articles were published in various important reputed journal. And later it was found that this data was fake data. All articles published were based on the fake research or fake data. Definitely action was taken. The person who was the researcher was also terminated. The supervisor was also terminated. So here a point of advice to our faculty members who are advising research, that you may not be getting any credit for good quality research, but definitely if there is anything wrong, you are also going to be punished. So we have to be very careful when you are supervising a research. Next slide. Next is falsification. Here it is about manipulation, manipulating research materials, equipment, or processes, or changing or omitting, suppressing data or result without scientific or statistical justification, such that the research is not accurately represented in the research record. You want certain desired result, you are not getting it, you are manipulating the system. And this, any kind of alteration, misrepresentation is falsification. Maybe date an experimental procedure, any kind of manipulation of the result from statistical analysis, any kind of changes in the experimental methods, any kind of misleading statement, any kind of misrepresentation of the materials or methods, providing false statement, false telephone call or research records. All this comes under falsification. Both fabrication and falsification are considered academic fraud. These are not, these both are intentional act. The person who is doing very well know this is wrong. Even then person is doing. It is different from plagiarism because here it is being done in the full knowledge of the researcher that this is wrong practice, even for getting or completing research on in a hurriedly manner or because of unknowingly incompetence, people do it. So this is the punishment is the only option for these two things. Now let's move to plagiarism. Next slide. Plagiarism is something which may be intentional, maybe uh, unintentional, maybe an accidental. So, generally, what is plagiarism? Generally, plagiarism is something that uh, you are using somebody's idea, text, or material, anything, but you are not acknowledging the source. And in this case, it applies to all kind of research material. It can be in any kind of publications. So let's discuss it in detail. Next slide. First, unintentional or accidental plagiarism. Next slide. See, what is unintentional or accidental plagiarism? Something you don't want to do it, but it is happening because of your ignorance, because of your uh, carelessness, because of your uh, uh, you are not very good in your subject, in which you are using a lot of quotation, like quoting excessively. Any research should not have more than 50% ideally quotations. This is ideal, maximum 15 to 20% should be the contents from the research when we talk about social science research. Sometimes we use research material of others, but we don't know how to use it because we are not familiar with good citation rules. We don't know how to integrate ideas of others. Sometimes we are not very good in English because English has become an international language. So what we do, we try to copy paste from some sources and try to make a para or 2 paras. Sometimes we don't know like much about international style of documentation. So all this ignorance, carelessness, or incompetence leads to this kind of unintentional plagiarism, which can be detected by checking through good quality plagiarism detection tool, and by counseling or by proper guidance, it can be resolved. Next slide. The second is basically self-plagiarism. We all know that self-plagiarism related to your own publication. Many times we believe that it is my book, it is my uh, article, it is my publication. I can use whatever way I want it. But it is not true. Your publication is also a reference. There is no difference between your publication and other publication. All citation rules apply to you only. You also keep it in mind. Next slide. And in this, UGC has very clearly specified reproduction in parts or whole of one's own previously published work without adequate citation and proper acknowledgement, and claiming the most recent work as a new and original for any academic advantage amounts to be tax recycling, also known as self-plagiarism. So any kind of republishing the same paper already published, uh, pl- mm, any kind of publishing smaller accepted work from a longer and previous without citation, reusing data already used without citation, breaking up longer study into smaller to make number of papers. All this comes under self-plagiarism. Next slide. So you have to be very careful that uh, all plagiarism, which is because of various kind of common practices, like the Sternitin company did some survey and they have identified 10 types of practices which leads to, sometimes people do the word to word copying, sometimes they do certain kind of like taking significant portion of the text from the single source, sometimes they make certain kind of one para from some, or one sentence from somewhere, from multiple sources. Sometimes they use their own work. Sometimes they copy from multiple sources without proper citation. There are various ways of dealing with this kind of situation. So, as a researcher, as a supervisor, we should understand this phenomena of copy pasting, so we can check it thoroughly. Next slide. So, in this context, when we talk about plagiarism, we have classified plagiarism into maximum three categories: minor, maybe medium, or major. But generally, we call it minor plagiarism or major plagiarism. Minor plagiarism is something unintentional or accidental, or something because of lack of knowledge of the principle of academic integrity, or poor scholarship, or some kind of misrepresentation because of ignorance about the rules. Next slide. Major plagiarism is generally intentional. Uh, Next slide, I will come to this later. Major plagiarism is generally intentional. Uh, it is being done by the people who knows what is the issues, and it is always because of certain kind of fabrication or falsification of data. Just a minute, I'm just getting some uh, just some kind of like uh, defamation, or everything which is in the knowledge of the researcher and they are doing it. And major plagiarism is always having major penalties. Next slide. Uh, We also need to understand difference between copyright and plagiarism. Basically, copyright is about protecting the rights of authors. Plagiarism about giving credit to authors. Plagiarism using someone else's work without proper credit, and copyright is using without work without obtaining permission. Plagiarism is a violation of academic norms, but copyright is a violation of certain kind of it's illegal and it is a punishable offense. Copyright is applicable to only licensed sources. If something is out of copyright or copyright free, you don't require anybody's permission. But in case of plagiarism, anything exists in the world, even in verbal form or oral form, you have to acknowledge. If you are not acknowledging, you are committing a error that may be called plagiarism. Next slide. There are some other ethical issues including a colleague as an author on a paper in return of favor, even though the colleague did not make a serious contribution. Discussing your any kind of confidential data, if you are a reviewer of a journal, using any kind of inappropriate statistical techniques, bypassing the peer review system, also any kind of abuse of intellectual property right, use of research resources, piracy, all this comes under plagiarism. Next slide. Apart from that, there are certain other unethical practices, duplicate or redundant publishing. Publishing same paper or substantially similar paper with or without citation, with or without obtaining permission of copyright holder. Sometimes you may be writing a paper which may be similar, but there are certain rules that need to be followed. First, you have to obtain the permission of the copyright holder. Also, you need to inform both the editors about the new article. So certain things are required in this duplicate publishing. Next slide. Then also simultaneous publishing. You cannot submit one paper in more than one journal at a time. You have to ensure that your paper first should be either accepted or rejected. Only then you can think of publishing it somewhere else. In this course, I think the most important thing we need to understand is that uh, many times there is a delay in journal publishing, article publishing. If you want to publish in your another journal, first you should withdraw. You should write a email or letter to the publisher that I want to submit it to some other journal because it is being delayed in your case. And many times they may not be responding. So you may send a final mail that I'm not getting response from you and I'm withdrawing it and I'm submitting somewhere else. And when you are submitting to the new journal, you should give that information to the new journal editor that this article was previously submitted in so and so journal, but because of delay in publishing, I have withdrawn it and now I'm publishing it into another journal. So that kind of clarity or transparency can help you, because in case both the journal publish your article, I have come across number of such cases when both the journals have published your article, one will be considered plagiarism. And that self-plagiarism will be a case of punishment for you. Next slide. Now, salami slicing or salami publication means slicing your research contents from a meaningful paper to different papers. Many times people do it to increase paper counts, more recognition, promotion. Like there is a small study and you are breaking into part to publish many articles out of that. Sometimes if you want to publish an article from one language to another language, you have to follow a certain procedure. You have to intimate and seek the copyright permissions. So all this, while submitting your article, these are also ethical practices one has to follow. Next slide. Ghost writing is also a kind of practice which has to be avoided. In case you have been forced to take some help from somebody, you have to acknowledge it. If you are not acknowledging, it can be a serious trouble for you. So ghost writing always need to be acknowledged. Next. If you do it What are the consequences? Plagiarism is not just an ethical issue. It can take your job and it can have many serious consequences. Some example for you. Next slide. Penalties are there for every institution, every individuals. You may be working or no work, not working, but penalties are there. Penalties are at 2, 3 level. One is the penalties laid down by the publishers. Second is the penalties laid down by the institution where you are working. And sometimes there are certain kind of professional associations. They also lay down some penalties on you. Next slide. For example, you are the doctor. So if you are doing private practice or anything goes wrong, the medical association can take action against you. Next slide. Uh, and in India, in UGC universities, the penalties have to be according to the UGC regulation 2018, which I have already explained to you. Next. Some of the examples of certain penalties like don't think you are at highest level. This German education minister has to resign and her PhD title was revoked because it was found that her PhD is based on certain plagiarized contents. Next slide. Similarly, some doctors in a hospital in Gulf countries, they were serious habitual plagiarists. They published 9 of their articles on plagiarized articles, and one of their article was published with different titles in 2 different journals simultaneously. So later they were also caught and they were punished. Next slide. Next slide. This was the case I was referring, this IM Tech Chandigarh, where this student and the supervisor were terminated. Next slide. In the case of like sometimes people can be very next slide. Uh, some guides in Pune University affiliated college. Next slide. Even Vice Chancellor was asked to clarify charges. Next slide. Sometimes people can take very extreme step because of embarrassment. Like this gentleman who Sasei, he was one of the 11 authors in one paper and one of 8 in other paper. Both the papers were retracted, means found plagiarized. And in the CS disgrace, he committed suicide. So you have to be very careful. People can take extreme steps, such like committing suicide in such situations. Next slide. Similarly, a girl in India, a MPhil student in Gujarat, some university, she also found the MPhil dissertation based on plagiarized contents. While investigation was going on, she committed suicide. So next slide. Be very careful. This plagiarism can destroy your career. It can take lives of the people. So you have to be very careful. Please don't do. This is in your interest, not in the interest of the institute, not in the interest of any uh, country or professional association. It is most relevant to you only. Next slide. Publishers do know it, and they have been ensuring various kind of methods. A committee on publication ethics was set up in 1997. Now this committee is very huge, more than 10,000 members, and this committee laid down certain kind of guidelines for uh, quality research or avoiding plagiarism. This has become a landmark or now kind of parameter to check the quality of a journal. Next slide. They have come out with some guidelines. This is a process of checking plagiarism using COPE guidelines, like pre-publication checking of plagiarism and post-publication checking of plagiarism. Please make sure that if your article is published, you are not free from plagiarism. You can be published anytime in your life for that error, that mistake. This is true in case of both PhD and publishing any research. Even after 10 years or even after your death, if found PhD was based on some plagiarized contents, it can be revoked and you can be published for any such mistakes. Next slide. COPE has developed certain guidelines for punishment penalties. If it is a minor case of plagiarism, paper has been submitted, author may be asked to rewrite. If it is published, author may be asked to correct it, errata. But if it is a major case of plagiarism, paper has been submitted, it is to be rejected. If it is published, it is to be retracted. And same time, institution of the author need to be informed about it. This is the publisher's responsibility, that suppose MIT University's professor has done some kind of such plagiarism, vice chancellor will be informed by the publisher that so and so from your university has done this. And then after that, first publisher will take action based on these guidelines, and then secondly, institution will take action or based on UGC guidelines. So there will be two kind of punishment for academics. Next slide. There are some examples like how publishers are doing. Elsevier has their own way of dealing. But one thing is sure, no publisher can reduce minimum guidelines. They can enhance the maximum, but can't reduce the minimum guidelines. Next slide. For example, this Springer has a journal. Next slide. Journal of Thermal Spirit Technology. So they have, in guidelines, they have defined plagiarism in three: minor, intermediate, and severe category. So they have proposed the punishment which is higher than the COPE guidelines. So you can set up higher than COPE guidelines, but you cannot relax COPE guidelines. So in this case, like along with COPE guidelines, they have also uh, forbidden to submit author articles for 1 year in case of intermediate and 5 year in case of severe plagiarism. Next guideline. So definitely last few years, there is a less number of cases of retraction. Next slide. It is mainly because now there is more awareness. Next slide. More awareness, and also like kind of rules, regulations followed by the universities and publishers are more stringent. Next slide. Like if you see in 2001, there are 22 cases. In 2010, cases increased 339. But if you go to next slide, you will find from 2015 onwards, the cases are on decreasing, like retraction cases are less. Because now publishers have very well developed system for pre-publication checking plagiarism. So cases are, after post-publication, cases have been reduced because retraction is after publishing. So because of institution also ensuring the quality, and publishers are also ensuring, so things have changed. Next slide. So in that case, you have to understand that both publishers and institutions are going to punish you. Now, I will, in this part of presentation, I will talk more about how to check the plagiarism. I will not go more into detail, nitty-gritty of the detection. Somebody can organize a 1 or 2 days training program for plagiarism or Urkund, whatever software you are using. Here, I am just word of question for you. Generally, I recommend 2 level of softwares for every university. One is at the time of the writings. So this Grammarly or any other good quality software should be provided to your faculty and student. That help in grammar corrections and good quality research writing, and some level of plagiarism checking also. Then at the final level, you should provide, there are two major softwares used in India. Next, one is the Turnitin or Authenticate, Turnitin by universities. Next slide. Turnitin by universities, Authenticate by mostly by the research institutions or publishers. And there is another software called Urkund, which is known as Original. Next slide. In this, all three softwares currently are marketed by single company. So there is a kind of monopoly of the company, but we don't have any option. We have to go for quality software. So we have to choose one out of these three. Next slide. But when we are choosing a software, there are certain things we should keep it in mind. What is the quality of a software? Software is more useful when it is having good content matching databases. Like in case of Turnitin, they have a number of content matching databases. It is also available in more than 27 languages. That's why Turnitin and Authenticate are more useful and more popular or being used regularly by most of the reputed institutions. Next slide. Also, keep it in mind what are the advantages of that plagiarism software. Definitely, it prevents plagiarism. It also help in citation verification. It also help in peer review system. It also help in ensuring the quality research. Every software has certain limitations. So, in case of plagiarism detection softwares, like they cannot check the printed resources which are not available in digital form on internet. Mathematical formulas, tables, graphs, and images. It is not possible to check through any plagiarism detection software. Sometimes, like you can use some image detection software for kind of like checking the images. Next slide. One thing which everybody should remember, what need to be excluded. Everything is not included in plagiarism chat. So there are certain things excluded like bibliographies, quotations, reference citations, and also some minimum some kind of minor checking, like up to consecutive terms up to 1 to 14 words, which are also relaxation in case of excluded. Certain thing, common materials and methods, some unavoidable things like my name is there on internet, so even my entire affiliation is showing plagiarism. It has to be similarly. For a PhD student, there is a relaxation that a PhD student can include his or her research paper in thesis. So your papers are not considered plagiarism because it is part of your thesis. So all these exclusions should be known to you. Next slide. Uh, the most important thing in plagiarism detection, how to analyze the originality report or similarity report, because uh, all software give you some kind of similarity percentage, and it is a technical machine learning kind of thing. In this, human brain is not there because there are certain things which you have to analyze. Next, for example, if you see this slide, uh, in this next slide, there is a table given on the slide. Like left side is the your contents, right side is the similarities to your contents. So in this, you have to see that why these similarities are there. It is because of some kind of wrong citation, incomplete citation, missing citation, or it is because of some kind of common knowledge, some materials and methods. So each and every similarities has to be analyzed and it has to be corrected. In case something is uh, avoidable, can be changed, something is not required, it can be just tick mark, like if it is bibliography or citation, things can be excluded, certain things can be just rewritten. So you have to check, and this is the way like how you enhance the quality of your research, by analyzing similarities from the internet. Like if it is something you see it is a common knowledge, you can leave it. You just exclude from the similarities. It is not included in the similarity percentage. Next slide. But please ensure that ideally similarity should be 0%. It may not be possible, because that's why when we were drafting these PhD regulations, I insisted that we should give some kind of relaxation. So that 10% limit capped is just to avoid or just to ensure those kind of similarities which are unavoidable or which are commonly not possible to or change, or something which is not plagiarism. A 10% some similarity doesn't mean that you copy a major portion and if it is comes under 10%, it can't be accepted. 10% similarity should be something which is common knowledge or unavoidable, or something which is not copying, pasting. So by following this, you can just ensure the quality research. You cannot fix your own limit. You have to follow UGC guidelines on that. Next slide. Now, how to avoid plagiarism? Next slide. See, basically, it is very much possible. I can tell you in my JNU stay and various places, I have seen good quality research and I have seen 0% similarities also. It depends upon how you write your research. But still, preparedness is required. Nobody is a born genius or born researcher. We need to prepare researchers. Institutions are required. This pre-PhD coursework or this kind of workshops are under the process of preparing you as a good researcher by enhancing your understanding and knowledge about various technologies and various tools and also. But believe me, it depends upon you what kind of researcher you want to develop yourself. I'm a person with chemistry honors graduation, did my post graduation in computer science, then PhD in library information science, and I have been working with different institutions. I have headed one of the top libraries of University JNU or Tata Institute of Fundamental Research. And as a art researcher, last 20 years, I have been working with various kind of language, or now I'm heading the institution, National School of Drama, with all kind of like expertise in drama, theater. I never studied formally all those specialization, but how I develop myself is because of my keen desire to do certain kind of research and to understand. Like when I published my book on travel and indigenous languages of India, it was a 3.5 month research work I took. I developed that project, and now if I have to speak about languages in India, I am not a linguist, but I have an understanding about issues and challenges a languages are facing. It's a promotion, it's by revitalization. Similarly, now in after working more than a year in National School of Drama, I understand the issues and challenges of drama and theater. It may be rural theater, it may be uh, folk theater, it may be modern Indian drama or ancient Indian drama. How I developed all those kind of expertise and expertise, it is I never been to the college again after my last degree in 1989. It is because I have a desire to excel in the field which I have been given a responsibility, and this PhD help you a lot. Give you an example how PhD can be helpful to you. That when I was in a management institute in IMT Ghaziabad, my topic of research was based on reengineering management, reengineering libraries, and how it develops, interest developed. I read a book called Reengineering Corporation by Michael Hammer and James Champy. That books lead to me a kind of like theory that when we want to modify certain existing system, it can be incremental modification or radical modification. Now, where to apply this incremental, where to apply this radical redesigning of the processes. And that books changed my entire life, because when I studied that and I further decided to do my PhD on that topic, and believe me, my last 32 years journey is all about transformation and reengineering. So sometimes your research can lead to be a kind of professional, and I credit a lot to my that 2.5 year work on research, because I thoroughly read about this particular concept and developed myself as one of the experts in that area, although I was not a management graduate. So why I'm telling all those things to you, that if you want to do a research, first develop yourself as a good researcher, and good preparation is required. And first level of research preparation is that first understand the rules, regulations clearly. Then second, you should be a prolific reader. You must understand and read as much as you can read. Reading is an art, and you must read not just for your subject, but also for different, like it may be art and education, biographies of great people. Every reading gives you certain kind of idea and thoughts, so that enhance your vision, that enhance your knowledge. And the most important thing in preparing yourself for the research is basically getting you prepared for the research. having accounts in various kind of plagiarism detection tools. You should be part of certain kind of academia forum. Like now social media play a very important role in understanding about the new technologies, new research. So this research preparation is very important part of your entire process of the research. Next slide. And in this entire process, first thing I recommend, as a researcher, you must register yourself in ORCID. It is a research registry system for uh, all researcher. You may be PhD student, you may be faculty member. Everybody should register on this ORCID. It is free. It has many advantages. It helps in enhancing visibility of research. It helps in when you are submitting a research proposal. If your profile is already there on ORCID, publisher may not ask you. They can take, you can give them free option to see your profile from the ORCID. So this is my first suggestion in the process of research preparedness, that if you have, fine. If you don't have, by tomorrow you should have an account on ORCID. Next slide. The second important thing is that you should be part of these research forums. You may not be having account in Facebook. I don't want it, but you should have an account on Academia, ResearchGate, Faculty 1000. There are a number of such research forums which provide you access to the research of many resources which are not part of your library subscription can be available here. You can request any author to share article with you. You can also upload your own article. This enhances the visibility of the research. Apart from Scopus or Web of Science citations, these social media citations also count. How many readings people have read your article on Academia or ResearchGate, that also give you certain kind of citation metrics. Because now people are understanding that Scopus and Web of Science have certain kind of manipulations or kind of monopoly, not manipulations. And also every publication is not being included in this Scopus or Web of Science. So this has become a very viable. So next suggestion, you should have an account in all those things. Third, next slide. Now, the very important part of your research preparedness is starting. It is true that without using existing knowledge, you cannot write any research report or article or thesis. You have to use others' material. Now, how to use others' material? You may be reading hundreds of articles. You may be reading many books, many internet resources, but everything is not relevant to your research. It may be something giving you some new idea, and something may be relevant but not most relevant. So you have to identify what are the resources which are most relevant to your research, which you need to quote, which you need to cite in your in form of citations. So this integrating sources into your own thought process is very important. And how to integrate? First, you have to see that these resources should add value to your research, value to some kind of linkages, integration, some kind of making some revalidation or some kind of highlighting your research. Next slide. And most important thing is when you are using a research reference, what is the role of that reference source in your paper? Which part of that is required to be used in your research writing? Does your assignment include instruction about source use? Does the source provide context or background information about your topic? Has the source shaped your argument by raising a question, suggesting a line of thinking, or providing a provocative questions? Does the source serve as an authoritative voice in support of your claim? Does the source provide evidence for your claim? Does the source make a counter argument that you will disagree? So I think you need to answer many of these questions before deciding what you want to use in your article or a book or thesis. Next. And which part of the source is most relevant to your next slide? Which part of the source is most relevant to your source? It is some kind of quotation or some kind of summarizing or some kind of uh, paraphrasing. And you should clearly identify that how source is helping you in order to make the strongest argument you can. You should always be trying to strike a balance between your source and your own voice. We are not adding any reference for just increasing the number of words. We need to cite a source only when we are getting some idea or we are using certain kind of idea from that or text from that source in our paper. Next slide. So when we are using next slide source, we need to understand that when we are start writing a paper, first we should be very confident. Nobody is expecting you to become a researcher or excellent professional from the one first paper itself. Don't worry about that, who will write, who will like, who will not like. Please start writing. Be honest in writing. Simply, I will give an example. I was in the library field from so many years, except last few years. I've been always working in the libraries. And in 1990s, I wrote two articles. One was uh, telecommuting, another was telematics. This telecommuting article was which I wrote sometime in 1994. Now, after this COVID, you realize that this working from home has become a concept, and I wrote about this in 1994. Now, try to I was in the libraries. I have nothing to do with that topic, but I found it is so interesting. So I wrote an article by quoting an example of British Telecom. British Telecom was the first company in the world who introduced this concept of working from home in sometime in early 90s or late 80s. And my article is based that I predicted in that article that in future we are going to see more and more telecommuting because the kind of travel issues or uh, various advantages of telecommuting, and it has become now a fact. So as a researcher, you have to, and I was just like not more than 5 year old in this academics that time. I was just starting my career as a researcher, but I always think of creative ideas, some thoughts which can be useful to us when we are writing something. And also my 96, one of my article was on emergence of tele society, and that emergence of tele society has become a reality now. So although I was not a person, I have computer background, but at the same time, I I was not working in industry of like telecommunication or in IT industry. I was working in libraries. But being a computer professional, I have that kind of imagination or vision that we should. So when you are writing a paper, first of all, don't think that you are less competent with anybody. Have a confidence in yourself. Start writing paper and also take help from the seniors. Don't be a copycat. Have your own original thoughts and always take help from your seniors or your from teachers or from. So when you write your paper, please ensure that you have to decide that what original ideas you have and what you want to utilize from the other sources. So you have to keep a balance in between two. Next slide. There are only three ways to use other resources: either summarizing, paraphrasing, and quoting. No other way to use other resources. So you have to ensure that what you want, the resource you have identified, source you have identified, reference you have identified, you want to put it some idea by summarizing it, or you want to use a para and you want to paraphrase it, and or something you want to quote. So let's understand all three things one by one. Next slide. When and how to summarize. When you summarize, you provide your readers with a condensed version of an author's key points. A summary can be short as a few sentences or much longer, depending on the complexity of the text and the level of detail you wish to provide to your readers. Even after summarizing, you have to give citation. You have to cite the source because idea belongs to somebody else, not to you. You are just summarizing it. You are not the original creator of the idea. By changing the language, words, it doesn't mean that you become a creator of those ideas. You are just summarizing it. Next slide. Then paraphrasing. Paraphrasing is similar to summarizing. Only difference is that it is a restatement in your words of someone else's ideas in a para. But please believe me, changing a few words doesn't mean that you are the creator of the information. When you paraphrase it, you have to change the language and structure of the sentence without changing the contents. By changing the order and structure of the sentences, use synonyms, different forms of words, may change the voice or perspective. But still you have to quote the source. Next, last thing is quotation. Before using quotation, you should understand what is quoting, when to quote, how much to quote, how do I incorporate quotation in my paper, quoting without quotes, how do I include long quotes in my paper, single versus double quotation, punctuating quotation, all these things should. Next slide. Quotation doesn't mean that you are using quotation just to increase the number of the words. The basic rule of thumb in all discipline is that you should only quote directly from the text when it is important for your reader to see the actual language used by the author of the source. When you plan to discuss the actual language of a text, when you are discussing an author's position or theory, and you plan to discuss the wording of a core assertion of kernel of the argument in your own paper. So you have to be very clear with why you are using quotation. Next slide. When to quote. Now, how to quote? How much to quote? Anything beyond 3 to 4 words need to be cited. That's international uh, phenomena or international languages. A quote is a word, sentence, or sentence that a writer's copies exactly from a source. Not a single word can be changed. A quote is enclosed in quotation marks if it is up to 39 words. If quote is more than 40 or more, it stands alone without quotation marks and indented 5 spaces from the left margin. You have to remember these rules. If you don't want to remember, then my suggestion is that you should learn about new automated citation tools like Mendeley or EndNote. Next slide. You don't require anybody's permission to make a quotation, because right to quote or right of quotation or quotation right is one of the copyright exception provided by the Verne Convention Article 10. So when you are summarizing or paraphrasing any idea, or you are making any quotation, you don't require anybody's permission. It is already copyright free, all these things, 3 things. Next slide. When to use single quotation, when to use double quotation. So basically you have to be very clear about it. But if you are using a automated citation tools, they automatically take care of it. Next slide. Similarly, when to punctuate. Again, I say better to learn automated citation tools, because there are so many citation styles. It is difficult for you to learn each and every citation style. But if you know the software, all citation styles are covered in these softwares. Next slide. Next slide. After this, there is something called common knowledge, a well-known fact, information that is likely to appear in numerous sources and to be familiar to large number of people. This is the only time you don't require to cite a source. But you should be very confident. If you have any doubt, you should cite the source. Next slide. Some of the example of common knowledge, like smoking can cause respiratory disease such as emphysema and cancer. Maybe many more examples. So something which is well known can be done. Next is when you are writing something in group. Next, click next. So something you are writing in groups, an assignment given to the student. Many students are working on the same topic, and there is a possibility either you are writing a research in the groups or in as a joint report or single report by each student. In all cases, you have to acknowledge all the collaborators. Please be sure. Even we say that idea developed over a cup of tea by discussion is also need to be cited, because anything is not your own creative idea. You get it from anywhere, any source need to be acknowledged. Next slide. This I have already told you that a PhD student can include his or her articles in the thesis as it is. There is no issue. But please make sure when you want to publish this thesis as a book, then you have to remove those articles, because it is only allowed in thesis, not in the book. Next slide. So this is the last part of my presentation, referencing, which is very, very important. Many plagiarism cases are because of wrong citation. So you need to understand, as a PhD student, it is very, very important for you to understand what is citation, how do I cite source, a bibliography, annotated bibliography, difference between reference and bibliography, difference between endnote and footnotes. All this need to be learned. And the best person to tell you this is your librarian, because he or she must be familiar, because it's a part of their course curriculum. Next slide. What citation means? Like when you are using any source, you have to acknowledge that source. And how to acknowledge that source? Simply by including the author, title, and publication information of the source. It may be print, online, or um, audio, visual, whatever it may be source. But how to give that credit? Next slide. So to provide this author title information, bibliographic information, next slide. Various professional association has developed some kind of like styles. We call it citation styles. Now, every discipline, there is a different set of citation style. For humanities like MLA or Chicago Manual, or in sciences, ACS or NLM or IEEE, in social sciences, APA or APSA or AAA. So all these citation styles have been prepared. Now, what is difference between these citation styles? Let me just define the difference to you. Go to the next slide. If you see this MLA citation, there is a book written by Zimbardo, and it has been published in 1977. So if you see this difference, here the year of the publication comes after the publishers. Now, please skip 2 slides. Click next slide. Okay, stop. The same book in APA style. So here, if you see there, the year of publication was in the end, but here it is along with the author. So a different citation style association have made different rendering of the information according to their guidelines. Now, it may be confusing to you as a researcher, because you are not the person who is specialized in this area. So my suggestion is that instead of confusing in these citation style, now you should learn some automated citation tools. Just click on 2 more slides and go to next slide. Next slide. So there are a number of citation tools: Mendeley, Zotero, EndNote, citation machine, Crossref. And you can choose the best one out of that. So I will recommend you two, 3 which I feel are very good. Next slide. So in this category, the Mendeley EndNote is something which is available with Web of Science. If you are a subscriber of Web of Science, you can use EndNote. It's very good, professionally developed, and if you have access to it, I recommend this is the best to use it, because it can provide you training also. You can ask the company to, now it is with Clarivatics, so you can ask them to provide you training also. Next slide. Another good one software, which is next slide. Mendeley. Mendeley is initially it was open source. Still, it is some part is open source. It was developed by some private person, but now it has become part of Elsevier Science. as bioscience is promoting. I found this is one of the most used and one of the very good software in this context. Next slide. And it is available in two versions, Manly Desktop and Manly Web. Both are integrated, interconnected. But advantage is that if you are using Manly Web version, it has a limited space of 12 gigabyte for a free version. Otherwise, you have to subscribe it. But if you are using along with this Manly desktop, so what you can do, you can keep measure of your data on desktop and keep only current data on web. So that way you can make a balance. Next slide. Next slide. It is very, very helpful in creating a kind of research diary because it helps you in a lot of ways because it has a PDF annotator. So you can make certain kind of notes. You can organize your complete research. When you are making an annotator, you can mark P or S to paraphrase or summaries, Q for quotation. Uh, Everything can be done. See the example. Next slide. How it works as a research organizer. You can create this desktop version and store all your research, create different folders, and you can keep your all readings, your research writings, your future research writing, your future readings, everything can be downloaded. So my suggestion is that whatever reading writing you are doing, don't do it on hard disk, you do it in Mendeley on this desktop version. Suppose you want to download an article, don't download on hard disk, download in Mendeley. And there is a very easy option also when you are searching anything on Scopus or any Elsevier science database, there is an option add to Mendeley. So you want to instead of downloading an article, you just click on add to Mendeley. Article will be automatically downloaded to your Mendeley folder. So in that way, whatever your reading writings you want to use. See, research is a very long process of for PhD student 5 years. Sometimes you don't remember what you read, what you have. Here it is option for you to properly create folders, subfolders in which you can organize your research. That's why it is a very good research organizer. And what is the next advantage? Next slide. As a PDF annotator, when you read, next slide, when you open your file, PDF file, while reading this PDF file, it gives you option. If you are opening this PDF file in Mendeley, it gives you option to highlight, to make any kind of comments, to mark para or quotation or summarizing. And whatever annotation you are giving while reading, when you close the file, it is automatically saved. So after 5 years, when you will be writing your thesis, and you know that you have marked something in this, just open your thesis in the MS Word, click on MS Word, insert quotation, and through Mendeley plugin, you will be automatically diverted to Mendeley. Open this file and select that quotation and click on insert quotation. The quotation will be automatically inserted to your thesis. It will be numbered also, and a reference will also be generated. So reference can be generated the way you want, MPA, APA or MLA or whatever style you want. Another advantage is that you have completed your thesis and suddenly your teacher asks you, no, you have done wrong. You have used FEA style instead of MLA style. I advise you to go MLA style. What will happen? In manually, you have to make it a lot of changes. But here, just go to change style. Click from MLA to APA. All the references will be automatically generated through this APA style. So, my dear student, first, this technology is so beneficial and useful for us. Only thing we have a hesitation of learning it. Just open it up and learn it. Next slide. Zotero. This is another reference management tools. So, I am not used much. I'm not much familiar about it, but it is also used by many researchers. You can try if you want, but I recommend mainly is one. You require certain kind of training on that. Next slide. Next slide. So let me conclude that plagiarism is a kind of theft which need to be stopped at all level, uh, not just one level. But only thing is that we have to be very careful in dealing with it. And it can be by, I know that when 2012, first time I organized a seminar, national seminar on plagiarism, hardly there was a discussion in India. And somewhere I think I consider one of the pioneer in creating awareness on plagiarism. And I always feel proud that by with my efforts when I started this in JNU and developed the plagiarism policy, it replicated because uh, that time JNU used to organize a lot of HRDC programs, and I used to speak in that. And slowly through social media, this awareness created. And I'm so glad now it has become, and our UGC has also done wonderful work in creating awareness by making these regulations and regular creating UGC care list. So things are better in India if you compare in last 10 years. It has changed a lot. Now people are more concerned about plagiarism rather than 10 years before. So things are changing, and proper awareness, proper counseling can make it more happen. I have a YouTube channel in the name of Professor Ramesh Chandra Gaur, which is having my hundreds of such talks available, not just on this plagiarism, but on other issues. It may be predatory publishing, it may be academic integrity, or other issues of unethical practices, and also some related issues like when we become how to search, what to search, what not to search, and what can be avoided while writing. All these things you can see, because generally now with my responsibility as a director of an NSD and also professor in agency, I have too much in my hands. So I'm very free, very rarely speaking, and I don't know how Rasna able to get me because somehow this time was free to me, because generally it doesn't happen. Whenever I got a request nowadays for any talk, I hardly have any time for this kind of talks. But this so happened that I was available today morning, so I'm able to join, and I'm with you, all of you. I wish you all the best, and if you have any questions or clarification, if you have time.
Thank you so much, sir. Actually, it was our luck. It was because of our luck that you were available. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Over to you, Sonal.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an insightful session. I'm sure all the participants present here must have learned a lot from your lecture. If anyone has any questions regarding the same, the platform is open.
There is a question from Rajita Dubey on self-plagiarism. So Rajita, self-plagiarism is all about using your own contents again. It may be from thesis or from your research article or from your book. Generally, all the rules of citation apply to your reference also. Like if you want to make any quotation from your research article, you can make a quotation. You can make any kind of summarization of your idea. You can make any kind of paraphrasing from your thought. It is similar to using other contents. But there is one exception. If you want to reproduce something from your own article, from your own book in some other next new article, you have to declare in that particular new writings that this particular portion was published earlier in like so and so book or so and so journal as an article, and I'm reproducing it for further knowledge because of some connectivity with that new article or something. But in that case, you have to ensure that Copyright remains with you. If copyright is with any publisher, you cannot reproduce it. You need to take a permission for copyright holder. I hope now it is clear to you, Rajita. Any other question?
So we are having another speaker with us, Miss Monalisa Mumak, and she is from Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. So she has also joined us. And thank you so much for your session, sir. It was really very much incredible, inspirational, as well as something that everyone needs to practice, sir. Because that salami slices and all those things, people have not even thought of that they are doing it in plagiarism. This is also a type of plagiarism. Specifically, what Rajita has asked for, that self plagiarism, because we are under this impression that this is my work and I can use it, but it's again a self plagiarism thing. So thank you so much for developing this insight into our participants, sir. And we really hope that these ethics would definitely be followed by all of us, as well as the participants of this particular workshop, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, and thank you all, and I wish all the best. And need permission to exit because I have received at least 20 calls in meantime, so I have to respond to those.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I know you are very, very busy, sir. Thank you so much for giving your time, sir. It means a lot to us. Thank you so much, sir. So, Vandana, we can introduce our next speaker, Ms. Monalisa Mumak.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
So our next session is titled How to Paraphrase Effectively Writing with Sources, which will be taken up by Ms. Monalisa Mamek, Prince of Songkla University, Thailand. Ms. Monalisa Hernandez Mamek holds a master's degree in cross-cultural and applied linguistics from the University of Sydney, Australia. She was awarded the Mac Halliday Medal in 2019, an award given by the university to the most successful student of the Department of Linguistics. She currently works as a foreign lecturer at the Faculty of Education, Prince of Songkla University, Patani. She is trained intensively in systematic functional linguistics, a study of language developed by Michael Halliday and his colleagues that view language as a meaning-making system. She uses SFL to inform her teaching, and she creates research-based teaching and learning program for her students. Her research interests are educational linguistics, subaltern linguistics and language, and law for forensic linguistics. It is our honor to have you with us, ma'am. Over to you.
Ma'am, you are not audible, ma'am.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can now hear you. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, sure. Change okay. That's done. Okay. I think some of you might be hungry right now. Okay. So yeah, I would like this session to be more interactive. So I would like the participants or the attendees to please send your answers, because I'm gonna ask you questions later, and then I would like you to please send your answers to the chat box, and yeah, that would be fantastic. So
Ma'am, I think your video has switched off now. Can you check please your camera?
all right. Okay.
Yeah,
yes.
now you are visible.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, now I'm here. Okay, thank you so much for that. I'm gonna share my screen now.
Not yet.
Okay. So earlier, the talk was about plagiarism. So one
It's
of the
visible,
things
ma'am.
that one of the ways we can avoid plagiarism is through paraphrasing. And now we'll talk about how to paraphrase. So I will give more background about myself. So I graduated, I'm a junior researcher, I'm a junior academic, and I graduated from the University of Sydney, and I'm an applied linguist. So it means that most of my works had been focused on, and the frameworks of my works have been focused on applied linguistics. Specifically, the language that the theory of language that views language as a meaning-making system. So as I would share with you not just a framework or a theoretical framework, not just the practices, but also my experiences in using the sources for me to be able to write in highly indexed journals. So for example, this one, okay, so this one is an article that's written by me for the Text and Talk. It's indexed by Web of Science. As you can see there, I don't even have an access to it. But if you want to have a copy of it, I can send you a copy of it for free. Just send me an email and I'll send it to you for free. So this one is actually a part of my master's thesis. So in my master's thesis, I was working on public legal information, or basically the Australian law, and how it is written for young Australians. So this one is also another publication, but with a co-author, Lungu Bangga. So he's from Indonesia. So this is more of in educational linguistics. So it was published last year in 2022. And this one is a forthcoming this month. Yeah. So they have already like uploaded the metadata, and but the paper itself they haven't uploaded yet. So as you can see, like I use a lot of paraphrasing techniques in order for the source text to make sense in all of these papers that I wrote. So now we will talk about how do we do that. But before that, of course, we need to talk about academic writing. So we need to realize, what is academic writing? So in academic writing, we need to have a set of interrelated skills involved. It's not something like we were born and then we can now write academically, like chara, magic. No, it's not like that. Academic writing is a skill. It needs to have you need to have a lot of skills, and these skills are learned and developed over time by engaging with the academic community. So it's a very institutionalized kind of language or kind of text. So I would like to share with you a quotation from Hervela and Du, cited from the early year publication of Hervela. A key element in academic writing instruction is developing in students the ability to use source text. So what are these texts? So these are the studies, the articles that we use for us to write our own academic text. This involves important connections between reading and writing. Reading sources effectively to identify the most useful information for writing purposes. So take note, the most useful information only. We are not using the whole text. And later we will know what are those useful information. And knowing how in the act of writing, because it's academic writing, of course, to successfully incorporate that material into the text being created or into our own text. So I think you already know this, but I just want to make it more visible to you. So according to these colors, Berator and Scardamalia, there are two key purposes of using source text. Why do we use source text? Number one is knowledge telling. So knowledge telling uses the source text to identify and present appropriate information in the course of displaying a broader ability to comprehend sources and address the topic at hand. So it sounds very complex, right? So what I did is I paraphrased it so that the general public or the general audience can understand it. I tried to, okay? In layman's terms, we are basically using the source text to tell knowledge or information or from the text based on the topic we're writing about. For example, in my first paper about legal language, I needed to describe how the legal language is written for young persons in different parts of the world. Then I needed to read a lot of studies about about that topic. And then in my literature review, I said, oh, in this country, this is what is done. In this country, this is what is done. In this country, this is what is done. Or this context, this is what is done. This is how they did it. So it's just basically telling this has already been done, this knowledge. Or for example, if your field is in science, for example, biological science or zoology, if you want to, for example, like describe the behavior of the species of Asian water monitor, something like that. So of course, we need to look at the information about the behavior and look at the studies and papers about that particular topic. The other one is knowledge transforming. So uses source text material more substantively as a means to develop a larger theme or argument. So this one is a bit different from the first one. So in layman's terms, we use the source text to make our arguments stronger. So for the readers to believe us. So we are using now the source text to support us so the readers will believe us. So for example, if we're writing about climate change, and then we say that, hey, we need to take action towards climate change. We need to decrease our carbon footprint. So now people will not believe us if we just tell, hey, we need to decrease our carbon footprint. So we can say, like, according to experts, that this is happening to the, if we save or if we do something about climate change, then our economy will be affected positively or socially, and etc., etc. And then we can like put those arguments, we transform that knowledge so that our arguments become stronger. So that's another purpose of it. So now there are 3 techniques in using the source text for academic writing. I know you know this already. The first one is our topic. We call it paraphrasing. Okay, that's the first technique. For the audience, what are the other techniques? What are the other techniques? You can type it on the chat. So we have paraphrasing. We have, okay, direct, okay, correct, direct quote, and summarizing. Yes, okay. So the 3 techniques: paraphrasing, summarizing, and direct quotation. And in all of those, of course, we need to put citations and referencing. Very basic, easy peasy. We know this already. So direct quotation is not changing the language at all. It's just a review for all of you, because I know you know this already. Okay, not changing the language at all. In summarizing, we change the language at the paragraph or whole text level. One great example of a summary is the abstract. So if you read articles, academic articles, and you see abstract, That's basically the summary of the whole 20-page paper summarized in 1 or 2 paragraphs. And then third one, paraphrasing, is changing the language at the clause or sentence level down to the phrases and word groups. So now, when do we use them? Commonly, it's not only the use of them, but we commonly use direct quotation, for example, to capture direct meanings or original concepts or terms. So, for example, we want to define what is multitasking. So, according to this scholar, multitasking is, and then we quote, because we want to capture the direct meaning of it. So that is just one common use. For summarizing, is to capture key information and recast them into few words. We use summarizing if we don't want to be very specific. So for example, abstract, we don't want to like put all the results in there and put the tables in the abstract, right? So that is too specific. Another thing is, for example, if we are writing literature review and we want to report, okay, this literature says this literature, this is the result, this literature is done in this country and this is the result. So that's basically summarizing the whole paper into 1 or 2 sentences in your literature review, just presenting it. And lastly, paraphrasing, if we want to be more specific in our information. So for example, in a paper, there is like 1 or 2 sentences that we want to, that's very important, that this scholar said that can be very helpful in my paper. So we use paraphrasing. And now we will talk about paraphrasing more. I will give you a slightly different view of paraphrasing. So I will try not to repeat what the books or the EFL books have taught us. Like paraphrasing is putting something in your own words. So what if you don't have the own words? How do we form those own words? Okay. But before that, I want to ask a question. What do we use to paraphrase? What is the thing that we use to paraphrase? From the audience, please. Attendees. Any idea? Any idea? And this is extremely, extremely important. What do we use to paraphrase? You can type it in the chat box. Okay, somebody. Situations. Yes, you are like kind of a bit there. It starts with the letter L. It starts with the letter L. This thing we overlook a lot. We overlook. Okay, let's go back to the basics. Starts with letter L. What do we use to paraphrase? And then the next letter is A. Starts with letter L. What's that? Okay, so somebody said change of language. Somebody said language skills. Actually, you are correct. And let's make it more simple. Language, right? So we use language. Now we will look at paraphrasing in the viewpoint of language. Now we need to understand first what language is. Paraphrasing, remember, is a difficult task because it involves language. We think of a language as, okay, English language, Thai language, Filipino language, Hindi language. So it's not just that, because language is a complex system. And I will show you how complex, some complexities of the language, it's not really the whole framework itself. I will try to show you how complex language is. Okay, so this is language. when we were kids, we were taught how to, in writing, what's the first thing we were taught to write? Letters and syllables. And then we put the letters and syllables to make so they make meaning. The next one, we form words. And then when we put words all together and make meanings, we form word groups and phrases. And then word groups and phrases, we put them together and then we form clauses. And then clauses, we can like use just one clause or many clauses or embedded clauses, clauses within clauses. And then we form sentences. And then now we put the sentences all together. What do we make? Paragraphs. And then we put the paragraphs all together. They all need to make sense. Then we have the whole text. So each level has its own complex system. So for example, for the letters, in English, you need to know all the letters first and how to like put them together so that they can form string of words. So until you can go to the higher and the highest one, which is the text. But wait, there's more. Meaning, okay? So it's not just language, but also we are dealing with meaning because language is a meaning-making system. So we are not, in this workshop, we will just not look at paraphrasing as, okay, grammar rules, grammar, subject, verb agreement. But we will look at what is the meaning that we are putting in there. What's the meaning that we want to convey? And in here, I would like us to focus on three types or three kinds of meaning. The first meaning is what is the relation of the writer to the readers. So when we are writing academically, of course, we do not say, dear writers, I love you all. We do not write like that, right? So we write like that if we are writing to, for example, our friends, or maybe texting our mother or our father, our family. But when we are writing for academically, then it's more impersonal. Sometimes, no, actually most of the time we do not use first person pronouns, right? So that changes the language. And then next, who are the participants? What are they doing? How and when the event takes place? So it's basically the idea, the experience that we are experiencing, and then how do we form that in language? And the third one, how is the text organized? So for example, whether it's spoken or it's written. So for example, something is more spoken, then we need to make more clauses. If something is written, then the clauses are more simple, but there are a lot of embedding, like a small embedded clause in there. So I will turn these three and I will introduce three technical terms to you. Please write them down. The first meaning is interpersonal meaning. Okay, that's a technical term, interpersonal meaning. The next meaning, who are the participants? What are they doing in the event? It's experiential because we are expressing our experience. The next one is textual because this is how is text organized. Now we're talking about grammar here. So the grammar of language. But of course, we will not talk about the three. We will only focus in this one. Okay. So who are the participants? What are they doing? How and when the event takes place? So we need to understand this meaning first before we can go to paraphrasing. Now I'd like you to, I have here a clause. And then let's try to make sense of it. Okay, knowing the experiential meaning. There are three things that we need to know. The first one is who is doing something. The second is what is being done. The third is when or how it is done. Question: What is being done? Okay, so this is the clause. College students browse social media during classes. What is the event? What's being done? Anybody type it in the chat? Is it the college students? Is it the browse? Is it the social media or during classes? Okay. Browse. Perfect. Okay. Yes. So let's put because the browse is being done, so it means this is the process that is happening, right? So I will put here process. Okay. And then what part of speech is browse? Is it a noun, a pronoun, a verb, an adverb? What is it? What part of speech is browse? Is it a noun, pronoun, adverb, interjection, conjunction? What is it? Anybody, please type. Okay, I'll give you three choices. Is it a noun, a pronoun, or a verb? A noun, a pronoun, or a verb? Okay, Rahita, thank you. It's a verb. Okay, let's put this. Okay, verb. Okay. And sometimes, because sometimes we can like put more words in here. So let us call this verb group. Okay. And then next, who are browsing? Who are browsing? College students, browse social media or during classes? Who? Okay. Rahita, very good. College students. So now because they are the ones doing it, let's call them participants. Okay. Or participant, yeah. And then college student, what part of speech is this? Is it a noun, pronoun, verb, adverb? Okay, Rahita, very good. It is a noun. Okay. And because there are, okay, Dr. Sueta, very good. Sugan, okay, very good. Noun. So because it is more than one word, so let us call this a group. Let's call this a noun group. Okay. And then, what is being browsed? What is being browsed? Is it social media or during classes? What is being browsed? Okay. Social media. Okay, correct. So now let's call this because this is also participating in the process. So let's call this participants. And what part of speech is this? What part of speech? Is it a noun, pronoun, verb, adverb, conjunction, interjection? Okay, we have an answer by student. Pronoun. Is it a pronoun? Pronoun is like he, she, it, they, us, right? So social media is adverb is for example in the afternoon. So it's telling us when and where and why. So this one, okay, very good. This one is also noun. And because it's more than one word, so let's put noun group. Okay, next. When is the social media being browsed? When? Okay, we have, okay, Ritas again, and okay, during classes. Correct. So let's put this as, let's call this circumstance. Circumstance is, remember, when, where, okay. And then what type? Okay, you already have your answer, adverb. Okay, and because it's more than one word, let's call this adverb group. Okay. Okay. So now, what do we call this whole thing in part of speech? Starts with letter C. It is a Santa. Santa. Okay, it is a Santa. It is a string of words. Okay. Claus. Okay, Santa Claus. I'm just joking, but it's, yeah, it's called clause. So it's a clause, one clause. So now we are like in high school, right? But we need this information for us to go and make sense of what paraphrasing is. So going back to our, oops, not this one. Okay. Okay, so remember these three. We need, so remember these three participants. That is mostly realized by noun or noun groups. Who is doing what or something is being done to what. Those are the participants. The next is the process, which is mostly being realized by verbs. So what is happening in here? And lastly, circumstances, mostly realized by adverbs, prepositional phrases, and some noun groups. So it answers the question when, how, and why it is happening. Now, why do we need this? Okay. Going back, this is a spectrum of register. So at the left side, we can see here in my laser pointer, we can see the everyday. In everyday situation, it is mostly focused on verbs and processes. And it is congruent to present reality. I'll give an example. College students browse social media during classes. Or what are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? Listening to a webinar, participating to a webinar. The attendees are participating in the webinar. So what's happening right now, congruent right now, this is the reality right now. Or it can be like yesterday too, or in the future as well. So congruent. If we move the arrow here in academic language is more focused on nouns. It's more focused on participants, not processes. It is abstract and it is metaphorical. So it means that in academic language, it is not here and now. It is something that is so abstract that's happening over there in the sea and the cloud of academic world and intellectual world. Okay, so later I will give you give you some more expansion of that. So now, for example, this clause, college students browse social media during classes. So it's a clause and it has a process. So what do you think? Where can we find this? In more everyday, or is it more academic? Is it more everyday or is it more academic? You see, there's a process in here. And it can be happening right now. Maybe some of you are browsing your social media right now, right? So we can perhaps put this in every day. So here. Okay, I want to move this like maybe like not so every day. No. Maybe let's put the arrow like over here. No? Okay. So I told you it's a spectrum. So we can use our like the control of our language, and then we can like change it. Okay, let's make it more academic. Let's make it more metaphorical. Let's make it more congruent. Let's make it more everyday. Oops. Okay. So now what I want us to do is so our clause is here, right? It's here. Now what I want us to do is to adjust our language and make it more metaphorical. Make it put it here. Okay? So it sounds and it reads more academic. Okay. So now how do we do that? First thing, look at the process, the verb group. What's the process? It's browse. Now let's turn browse into a noun group. How do we turn browse into a noun group? So we need to change how it looks like. Then we need to, okay. Let's use the root word browse. Okay. And let's add 3 more letters in there. Change the letter E and add 3 more letters. So, okay, maybe, wait a second. Okay, go back here. Okay, so let's say browsing. Okay, browsing. Now, what kind of browsing it is? Now, what we will do is this one, participant social media, we will turn it into an adjective that describes browse or classify browse. What kind of browsing? What kind of browsing? Type. What kind of browsing? Okay, somebody. Very good, Nishimata. Okay, social media browsing. Social media browsing. Okay, now what are we gonna do with the college students? Okay, now let's leave the college students first. Let's leave the college students. Let them rest. Let's go to the circumstance. Okay, during classes, let's turn this into an adjective again that describes browsing. But now we will change the wording. So when we say during classes, we can put the root word class. And then what is the prefix we can use to say that it's during the class? It's not outside. It's okay, somebody. In, very good. Okay, correct. In class. Okay, in class, social media browsing. We don't have a process here. We don't have a verb here. Okay, this is all a noun group. Okay, now what are we gonna do with college students? Now we will use this as an adjective, but as an adjective after browsing. So let's tell more about browsing. So how do we do that? We need to use a conjunction of in-class social media browsing of who? College students. Correct. Okay. Okay. Now, this one, what part of speech is this? What part of speech is this? Is this a clause? Is this a noun? Is this a verb? Is this an adverb? Okay, this whole thing is a noun group. So what did we do here? We turned the whole clause into a noun group. Now, why are we doing this? Okay, let's go back to business. So what did we do? Okay, the whole clause becomes a participant. Now, here we have like 1, 2, 3, 4, but here it's only a participant. Now, where is the process? Where's the circumstance? And we can add more. So, why are we doing this? Okay, this process is what we call, what is this process? Okay, we call this nominalization. Nominalization is the making of nouns. So look, from clause, it became a, oh, sorry, it shouldn't be a clause. No. Wait. Sorry, it's not a clause, it should be a, okay, yeah. Correct, sorry. Okay, nominalization is the process of making nouns. So why do we nominalize in academic writing? So this one we need to understand. And what's the function of nominalization? First, it turns events or verbs or happening, what's happening. For example, sitting, walking, running, praying, eating, crying. It turns events into phenomena, or it turns verbs into things, into events that happen. Now, why do academics turn verbs or turn events into things? Because when events become phenomena, they look more stable. They do not become stable, they just look more stable. Because we are turning events into things, so we can study them. So we turn events into things so we can study them, we can discuss about them, we can talk more about them. For example, Sir Isaac Newton saw an apple falling from the tree. So the verb is, what's the event? Falling. And then we have other events: falling, walking, jumping, hopping, flying. And then he turned it into he turned it into something that is more technical, into a noun. Then we call it movement. And then it turned into motion. And then motion is a thing. Then now motion, you can study it because you have control over the motions. That's why we have laws of motion. So that's what scholars are doing. scholars or academics are turning these events, everyday events, into things. And that's how we create theory. That's how we create concept. It's basically a language play. So it's not just study, but it's also a language technique. So it's in experiential sense or meaning, it is difficult to study something you cannot control. So therefore, by turning the events into phenomena, we create a sense of stability. Hence, we can study them, we can understand them, and write something about them. That's why you will see in academic writing, it's all full of nouns, 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 nouns. Okay, because it stabilizes the idea. Next, interpersonal, the language becomes more impersonal. We remove our personal feelings, opinions. Therefore, it becomes more sophisticated and more academic. And lastly, for the textual, we are packing more meanings in one sentence or in a few words. Therefore, we can complete the clause by adding causes, implications, or related phenomena. So for example, if you go back to this, you see, the whole clause, we can fill more because we put the whole clause into one participant only. So, so this whole clause, we turn it into one participant. Now we can fill in the blanks. We can put a verb here. We can put an adverb here. We can put more and more and more and more and more. More information in just one sentence or one clause. So that's what's happening in paraphrasing or in writing for academic context. Okay, now let us paraphrase. So that is not the only technique in paraphrasing, but I want you to understand how nouns are extremely important in paraphrasing. So we will paraphrase some parts of this paper. So this paper tackles about how multitasking affects academic performance of college students. So what they did basically is that they surveyed a group of college students, and then they correlate it to their class GPA. And then they found out that those students who are multitasking during lectures, or during lectures, have lower marks or lower grades. And those students who do not multitask, or who are not using their phones, who are not browsing the Facebook or social media, they have higher marks. But it's different when it comes to homework. When it comes to homework, it doesn't really make a difference in the task. So yeah, so that is what this is all about. So you can see the abstract here. It's a summary, but we're so we will not talk about summary. Paraphrase first. And then we will fill this out, the common techniques in paraphrasing. We'll fill this out later. Okay. So let us do some joint construction of, let us paraphrase this. So this one is from that paper I showed you. Active attention and processing are required for information to be transferred from short-term to long-term memory. Okay, first thing, when we are writing for academic purpose, remember, we are not writing for the readers only. We are also writing for the writers, because the reviewers are writers too. And the people who will read your paper, your manuscript, are also researchers who are also writers. So when we write, we need to write for them. If you want to write for general public, perhaps we can rewrite our study into, like, for example, a newspaper, or report it in a newspaper. But for journals, we are actually writing for our reviewers, because the reviewers are the ones who say, okay, accepted, okay, reject, accept, reject, or revise. We are writing for them. So now we need to, in order for us to do that, we need to be able to like put the like use our language radar every day to academic, and put it there, put it there. Now, how do we do this? So first, let's do the congruent first. Active attention and processing are required for information to be transferred from short-term memory to long-term memory. Okay, so in everyday language, we use, what kind of pronouns do we usually use? And remember, in more congruent one, we have more, like we have the participant and the process and the circumstance. So let's start with the participant. So who are the ones? Who are the ones who need active attention and processing? Who are the ones? Maybe we can say, I'll just make it very fast. Okay, we. Okay, we. Okay, now, active attention and processing. Okay, if you look at this, are required. Are required. What is the other word for required that we can use to as a verb or a process? So we are the ones doing it. Okay. We need, very good. Okay, we need. And then what do we need? We need active attention and processing. So now what active attention is, it's nominalized. So now what is the clause? What is the clause we can use to say that it's active attention? It's nominalized. Active attention is a noun. Let's turn it into a clause. What do we do when we have active attention? What do we do? What we need to, what? Maybe we can use, we need to focus and pay attention. Very good. Okay, we need to pay attention. So as you can see, what did we do to active attention? This is noun. We are turning it into a verb. Okay, we need to pay attention. How do we need to pay attention? Let's turn it into an adverb. Active, turn active into an adverb. We need to pay attention. How? Actively, correct. Okay, we need to pay attention actively. Okay, and okay, now processing. Processing is another nominalization. Now let's turn it to a verb. How do we turn it to a verb? And process, maybe like change the word. Change the word. Okay, yes, correct. We can use process actively and process. Okay, process. Let us try to change it into a more everyday language. Maybe let's use the word understand. Okay, we need to pay attention actively and understand. And what do we pay attention to and understand? Okay, correct, the information. You're very, very smart. Okay, so the information. Okay, now what we will do. Okay, and understand the information to be transferred from. So here, let us put another clause. Let us put another clause. There's a cause clause. So that who is the one doing it? Who's the participant? We, correct. So that we can, okay, transfer from short-term to long-term memory. So in psychology, short-term and long-term memory are technical terms. These are technical terms. We can turn the technical terms into everyday, more congruent one, because we're not dealing with academics. So we can actually change this short-term to long-term memory. What is it really saying to us? When the information is transferring from short-term to long-term memory, what it means? Okay, very good. Remember it for a long period so that we can remember it for a long period of time. Okay, we need to pay attention actively and understand the information so that we can remember it for a long period of time. You see, this is every day. And of course, we don't want to commit plagiarism. We need to cite. And because it is paraphrased, sorry. Sorry, Mayo. I just gonna cough. Because it's paraphrased, so we don't need to put the page number, just the citation. Okay, now let's make it more metaphorical. So to make it more metaphorical, let us choose this to be transferred. Let us choose this and turn it into a noun. To be transferred. What is the noun version of to be transferred? Okay, very good. The transferring. What is being transferred? Now let's add a post modifier, the transferring of. What is being transferred? Okay, correct. Okay. Procesando and Rahita of information. Okay, now this is this is now a noun nominalization. So remember, short-term and long-term memory are technical terms in psychology. So when technical terms are there, we cannot really change them if we are writing for academic context. So the transferring of information and how the information is transferred from which point to which point. So let us copy that from short term to long-term memory. The transferring of information from short-term to long-term memory And then what is the verb that we can use? What's happening? What's happening to the transferring of information from short-term to long-term memory? Remember? Term, we can use this verb. The main noun here is transferring. Requires. Okay, very good. Requires. Okay. Requires. What does it require? Okay, so let's put active attention, but not the our, because when we use our, it's personal pronoun. We are writing for academic context. So active attention and, okay, active attention and processing. So we can use this. So you see how we try to just change the grammar. We just try to change the grammar. Oops. Okay. The transferring of information from short-term to long-term memory requires active attention and processing. So it's just flipping the grammar around. Or we can also change, or we can add like requires cognitive, okay, something like that, cognitive attention or mental processing. So we can add something that makes it more specific. Okay, so another way is shifting. Oh, until what time? How many minutes do I have? How many minutes left for me?
10 more minutes, Mona.
Okay, 10 more minutes. Okay. So I'll continue with this shifting. So we can also shift the sentences. So for example, here, as we can see the original, there are how many sentences? How many sentences? So we have a period here. So we have two sentences. Now let's shift these two sentences into one. How do we do that? Okay. We copy this. Okay. The present research examines the influence of media multitasking. Okay, perhaps we can change the present research project, because this is what is another term we can use for the present research project? Maybe we can say the study or the present study. Okay, examines the influence of media multitasking in the context of students, in technology saturated classrooms. And we can also change the word saturated. Technology, we can use synonyms. Context of students in technology saturated classrooms. Technology equipped, okay. Or, yeah, okay, technology equipped. Let's put that. Okay, Now let's put a comma here because what we are doing is we are putting two sentences into one. Okay. So this one, wait a second. Where is it? Okay. So what else does the study do? First, it examine. What else does it do? So let's put an end here. What else does it do? It, okay. Investigates, correct. Okay. It investigates. Okay. Now, let us turn this, how this is impacting learning, turn it into a noun. Investigate, how this is impacting. And investigates, this one, it's, because we're talking about, it's here, we're talking about the influence, this whole thing. It's and investigate the influence, okay, the influences impact, okay, on, impact on two things. What are those two things? Yes, academic what?
Miss Mona, you are not visible to us right now.
Oh, really? Okay, wait a second. I don't know what happened. How do you turn on?
Yeah, your camera is off.
Okay, good.
Yeah, now you are visible to us. Yeah.
Okay. Happening soon. Technology. Okay, so where are we? And its impact on academic what? Academic performance and learning. And what should we put here? In the last one? Okay, academic performance and learning. And we should put, of course, we don't want to plagiarize. We just copy this. And we don't need to put the page number because it's not a direct quotation. Okay, last, switching polarity. So now we have a lot of techniques. So first, we have the nominalization. Next is changing the grammar, flipping the grammar around, or flipping the clauses, flipping the clause around and flipping all the word groups and phrases. The other one, the next technique is joining the clauses into one sentence, putting two sentences into one. And this one is on switching polarity. So when we say switching polarity, it means the positive, if it is a positive one, we turn it to negative. And if it is a negative one, we turn it to positive. So this one, this clause or this sentence, people can only process information when they pay attention to it. This is a positive statement. So what are the things I want you to focus here? Can and pay, and let us negate it. Let us turn them to negative. Okay. People, what is the negative of can? Correct, can't. And of course, we cannot contract because we are writing for academic language. So let's put cannot. Process. Okay, information. When they, what is the negative of pay? Okay, do not, correct. do not pay attention to it. Okay. So you see, negative, negative. Another is, let's put an or here because there's a lot of possibilities. So I want to use this, but this time we will combine all of our skills. So we will nominalize this. Let us turn this into a noun. Do not pay attention. What is the noun we can use, or one word we can use that means do not pay attention? Okay, correct. Inattentive, but inattentive is it is an adjective. When they inattentive, okay. So wait, let us highlight this first, because what we will do is we will change this later. Let's okay, inattentive. What is the noun for inattentive? Ness. Okay. Of course, it's wrong grammar, right? People cannot process information when they inattentiveness. So what we will do is people, we already have the participants here, so we do not need this. Okay. Let's put this preposition. And then let's remove this. Okay. People cannot process information with inattentiveness. Done. Right? So you see, we actually, this whole clause, we turn it into a prepositional phrase with inattentiveness. Okay. So now let us enumerate all of the techniques, common techniques. First one. Tara. Okay. What's the first one, or the most common technique in paraphrasing, which is very, very, very important in academic writing? Anyone, please type. What did we do first? So we use this to make nouns so that we can discuss these nouns. Okay, nominalization, correct, Tahita? Thank you. I'll copy this. Okay. And then what else? How about what did we do? Okay, experiential. So what did we do in the experiential? So we have the clauses here. Like for example, where are you? Okay, this one. What did we do here? It's only one clause. But what did we do? We changed we flip. Okay, flipping or changing the order of word groups or phrases. Next. And then we also use other terms, right? Okay, using other terms. What else? But there are also sometimes, no, most of the time we don't, especially if these kind of terms we encounter, we do not change them. Okay, so retain technical terms because they mean something. They mean special it is a specialized language, and they mean a very, very particular thing in that in the area, in the field. Okay, what else? In a clause. Retain the technical terms. What else did we do? Here? What did we do here? Okay. Okay, make it negative. Okay, correct. Or switching polarity. Or if it's, for example, positive, you make it negative, or if it is negative, you make it positive. So negative or positive. And combining sentences, right? Or clauses. Like what we did here, we had 2 sentences, and then we turned them into 1 sentence only, 1 compound sentence. Okay. So now we have the repertoire. Okay. So any question, any concern? There is more about paraphrasing and summarizing in so using sources, but of course we didn't have a lot of time for it. Yeah, so I hope you learned something. Questions?
So if any questions, any queries are there, you may please put in your chat.
Now please read out if you have any question in chat box.
But because of the paucity of time, Ms.
Yeah.
Mona Lisa, I would request all the participants to send their queries and questions to me, and I would definitely mail that to you. Please respond to
sure.
those questions. That is my humble request.
Yes, sure. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. I request Sonal to please propose thank you to Ms. Mona Lisa.
Thank you to those who participated a lot. Yeah, I cannot mention all of you, like Rahita, Dr. Sweta.
Vandana,
I request Dr. Manoj Mathur sir to please propose vote of thanks to the speakers of the day. Sir.
yeah, thank you. Very good afternoon to all. On the behalf of our founder, Dr. Ashok K. Chauhan, and our Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, Dr. Balvinder Shukla, and organizing committee, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guests, and I take this opportunity to express our sincere thanks to Monisha. Ma'am, your presence today in this faculty development program has immensely enhanced its importance. You have shared very insightful and important information about paraphrasing. I am sure all the participants learn a lot of things and they will apply them in their research. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving us your valuable time. I would also like to thank Professor Dr. Ramesh C. Gaur, who talked about strategy and tools to prevent plagiarism. Sir talked about various types of plagiarism and strategy that are very important to remove plagiarism from our research. Thank you so much, sir, for all the valuable information. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much.
Ma'am.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you,
so
Mona Lisa,
much.
for taking out the precious time. And because of the time lag also, you have never said no to us. It's always there that you are there with us in all the knowledge sharing sessions. So we are so thankful to you. We are thankful to the participants also, but yes, there is more to go. And we'll be having the post-learn sessions of other respected speakers as well from the very reputed universities. So I would request that we'll follow the same pattern. Please be there in the same platform. We'll be having a lunchtime from 1 to 1:30. And we'll be resuming the session at 1:30. Thank you so much, everyone. I request IT team, Mobin sir, to please play the video.
Hi, sir, how are you?
I'm good, ma'am. I'm good. Nice to see
It's a
you.
pleasure to have you with us on this online FDP, and I hope it's a great learning for our participants also.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. It's really a pleasure, to speak at Amity platform. It's such a well-known university now, and it's really give me pleasure when I see people like you are associated with Amity. In fact, now I have very close collaborations with Amity, with many departments. I started from you,
Yes.
and I'm sure after delivering lecture from here in your platform, many people recommended me in different departments. So I'm getting, invitation from other department as well. And
Sir,
really,
अच्छे लोगों को हर जगह पे जरूरत होती है. Don't worry, please. And it's an asset. You're always an asset for us, and our scholars would definitely learn something from you.
thank you, ma'am. Thank you. And thank you to other uh, faculty members here, Dr. Shushma, ma'am, and Dr. Rasna. Yeah, thank you.
So can we start the session, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Sure, ma'am. Sure. So good afternoon, everyone. On behalf of MIT Academic Staff College, I am delighted to welcome you all the 5 days online faculty development, professional development program on the topic of cultivating academic integrity in working professionals under Guru Dakshita Faculty Induction Program. So before starting this session, I would like to inform you that we will be having 2 eminent guest speakers for this session. One will be our Dr. Rajkumar Bhadwal, sir, and second will be our Professor Tilprasad Sharma, Department of Education, NCERT. So now I would like to read out the few achievements of Dr. Rajkumar Bhadwaj. Sir, Dr. Rajkumar Bhadwaj, sir, is a recipient of the UNESCO Fellowship for Information Management and the prestigious Commonwealth Professional Fellowship, United Kingdom. He is also the recipient of prestigious the Information Innovation Award 2022 and Informatics Outstanding Researcher Award 2022. Presently working as a chief librarian at St. Stephen College, University of Delhi, India. He worked as an assistant professor in the School of Information and Communication Studies at the Central University of Punjab, India, and played a vital role in establishing the department, including the curriculum design for the master's and PhD program and introducing 4 new courses via legal information system, research data management, and third is e-research tools and techniques, entrepreneurship in library and information science. Prior to this, he served as a deputy librarian at Nalanda University and Judge Library High Court of Punjab and Haryana, Chandigarh. He holds MCA, MLIS, and MPhil PhD from the University of Delhi. He has published 3 books, 45 research papers in various reputed journals published by Imrel Publishing, Taylor and Francis, Cambridge University Press, 3 conference papers, and he has delivered 75 invited talks at various international conferences such as IFLA, WLIC, Delnet, NACLIN, Asia Library Association Conference, Chandigarh Library Association Conference, etc. Several of his lectures were also telecasted on television DTH channel, and further he trained librarians of more than 500 government schools in Delhi in the last 10 years through in-service training programs. He has completed 4 major research projects and working on several international projects. He is the reviewer of 10 international and 3 national journals in information studies. And he is also the information coordinator and standing committee member of IFLA, Netherlands, IM section jury member of the International Paper Contest, ASISNT USA. He is founder of the startup of ISVI, and recently his work received international recognition by MIT USA, Princeton University USA, and Buffalo University USA by conferring the Diversity and Inclusion Scholarship Award 2022. His areas of interest are research data management, institutional repositories, evaluation of information systems, legal information systems, open access legal and legislative metadata, e-learning, social media, and digital library development. So with this, I welcome sir to this platform for giving us your valuable informations and thoughts regarding academic integrity. Welcome you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Shushma, for this kind introduction. So, first I begin, I would like to express my gratitude to Taranjit ma'am for this opportunity. and now I have a very close association with her, and I cherish this association. And I'll, after the first talk last year, yeah, I think in October, October or December, I don't remember exactly. I made a mandate actually, and the mandate mandate is that I will train 5,000 PhD scholars in next 5 years. And the first workshop in the MIT, that was online. So I've been conducting now offline workshops also, and so far conducted I think more than 10 workshops in this area, cover around 600 PhD scholars. So I'm targeting, this target looks unachievable, but I'm sure few more such opportunities I would be able to touch this 5,000 figures. Anyway, so let's begin this session. And the topic which I have today, can you see my screen?
Yes, sir, it is.
Yes, sir, we can.
Yeah, so the topic, the agenda which I have is writing for the leading journals, and academic integrity and the strategies for publishing research work. So that's the topic, that's the agenda for the today's sessions. So what we are trying to understand. So since most of the participants here are PhD scholar, I assume, or the faculty member, ma'am?
So both are there, sir. Teachers
Both
as
are
well.
there.
Okay. So everyone actually need to learn how to publish in leading journals, because it's altogether an art, and that art we need to inculcate. Even if you don't know exactly how to publish in the leading journal, it's not a rocket science. It's totally an art, and the one can learn by practicing. And I also learn it by practice, because when I submitted my first paper, it was reviewed more than 5-6 times. And slowly and gradually, I inculcated the interest for publishing my research, whatever I practice, whatever I teach in the different training programs and workshops, that I try to actually publish it. Because these training programs also expand my insight for the topic which I cover. And subsequently, I try to publish that. So some of the project which I completed, generally the funders has a mandate that we have to publish one article out of that project work. But now actually we try to touch upon each and every aspect which we cover, and we try to publish each and every small work even under the project, giving different dimensions, we try to publish. And therefore, each and everyone, whether it's a PhD scholar or the faculty member or a professional, we need to have this art of publishing, because until unless we have an art of publishing, we can't get an visibility in our field. And visibility is very, very important. Even if you are skilled in one domain, but if you are not visible among your peer, if you are not recognized among your peer, a lot of your efforts can go futile. So that's one of the essential ingredient of a scholar, professionals, or a teacher, is that we need to publish in the leading journal, and that's what we will cover. So once we decide that we have to publish in the journals, one thing is very, very important, and that is academic integrity. So whether you are a professional or you are a faculty member or research scholar, academic integrity is very, very essential. In fact, now it's a binding on us. There are rules and regulation in place under which if you are publishing a paper without academic integrity, it can be retracted. So once your article is retracted because you have not followed the standard procedures, then your whole reputation can be on stake. Therefore, you need to learn what is academic integrity, what are the nuances you need to keep in mind while publishing. Not just publishing, in fact, executing and accomplishing a project also require academic integrity. So that we need to understand. First part is academic integrity and what are these different steps. And then we will cover what are the how to select a journal, how to do academic writing properly, how to cite properly. So there are many, many things we need to learn. And you can start from anywhere. So what I'm going to cover in this session is basically, what is academic integrity, what are the different plagiarisms and its type, what are the different tools and techniques to check the similarity, what is different between plagiarism and the similarity also we will touch upon. Then how to paraphrase. The paraphrasing also you need to learn, because the whole part of the paper you cannot write in your own language. You have to take something from the past, something from the background literature to reinforce your argument. And we also need to differentiate what is paraphrasing, what is quoting, and what is summarizing, and how to select an appropriate journal, how to review it. If it's being rejected, what are the different reasons? So all these things we will touch upon. We will also touch briefly that if you tend to publish a book, what are the different life cycle to compile a book? So either it's edited or author book. So that also we will touch upon in the end of this session. So Wilson Misner has given a quote that if you steal from one author, it is a plagiarism. But if you steal from many, it is a research. So that's a, you need to remember, there's a very subtle difference between plagiarism and the similarity. And you can actually become a successful researcher, but it's not a rocket science for publishing. That if you steal from one author, it's a plagiarism that you need to remember. But if you steal from many, it is a research. And famous author, artists, musicians, and politicians in their speeches have been involved in plagiarism, including the Dan Brown, Alex Haley, Andy Warhol. There are many, reputed politicians. In fact, I'm not sure they're reputed. It's politicians, I should say. Politicians been involved in the plagiarism, either in speeches or in the publishing. So plagiarism, in nutshell, if I'll say, it's a cutting and pasting from other studies and paper. It is also means lacking credit from work that have been done. It means cutting and pasting is a plagiarism. So simply, it's understood. But in fact, if you try to claim some other people innovations and ideas, your own, that also fall under the category of plagiarism. So don't think only cutting and pasting is a plagiarism. If you're writing, if you believe that if you're writing in your own language, but while writing in your own language, sometimes unintentionally you copy or you try to write some other people idea in your own words, but forget to give credit to them. So that's also a plagiarism. So what are the different criteria for similarity? So when we check our content through similarity tools, we say that these are similarity, these are copied, or these are plagiarism. So what are the rules and regulation internationally? So if you copy 5 consecutive words, or if you write 5 consecutive words which reflect to the other people's write-up, that is actually not allowed. So you have to write the similar content should be less than 5 consecutive words. In fact, it should be less than that. But generally, if your content are more than 5 consecutive words are similarly found, it will consider simply as a plagiarism. So that you need to remember. These are the things. And to counter this, there are rules and regulations. Earlier, there were no rules and regulations. But in 2018, UGC has notified University Grant Commission Promotion of Academic Integrity and Prevention of Plagiarism in Higher Education Regulation, under which the university has one committee, it's called Academic Integrity Panel. Apart from that, in the university, there are different department also has a Academic Integrity Panel. So if any kind of a complaint goes to these panels, they check the levels of the level of similarity in different write-up, different papers. So as per these regulations, so that there are different similarity levels are given. For instance, the level 1 says 10 to 40%. If your contents in your paper is found between 10 to 14%, that's a level 1. And if there are similarity found between 40 to 16%, that's considered as level 2. And if there are level 3, if it means more than 60%. And there are different, actually, I would not say punishment, but there are various correcting measures have been given. Like if contents are found more than 40% and between 16%, you cannot submit your thesis up to 1 year. And if it's found between 10 to 14%, your thesis may be delayed up to six months. And if it's altogether more than 60%, then you can totally debar from submitting your thesis in the university. So these are certain rules and regulations. And similarly, university can also frame their own criteria for punishing the people who actually plagiarize in their papers. in the stakeholders in the universities. But below 10%, that's exempted. So if your contents are found below 10%, that is exempted, but it doesn't mean it is it should not be plagiarized. Means similar content can be similar, less than 10%, but the idea, but the invention, you should not claim your own, even if it's a 10% below 10%. But if you are claiming somebody else's invention your own, that is altogether plagiarism, even if your similarity contents are more than less than 10%. So that you need to remember, and that's a very tricky way of writing. You need to go through time and again your content, find out where you have not copied someone else's idea. If you have copied someone else's idea, give due credit. Okay, after giving due credit, you can actually will not fall under any of these levels, I'm sure. And that's an art. Over a period of time, you will learn it, how to cite, how to give references, how to prepare different citation styles. That's one thing. So as far as the type of plagiarism is concerned, there are various type of plagiarism. So, but we have taken here one source, that's a Harvard College writing, and which says one is verbatim plagiarism, when you copy altogether your entire paragraph, just copy and paste. So that kind of a plagiarism, we call it the verbatim plagiarism. And the second type of plagiarism is called mosaic plagiarism. You take pieces from one or more sources and fail to sufficiently paraphrase and directly quote information. So means you are trying to write your own words, but you are not actually sufficiently paraphrasing it. It reflects to the original. Or you sometimes directly quote information without giving reference. So that kind of plagiarism falls under the category of mosaic plagiarism. However, another category is an inadequate paraphrase. So here, that paraphrase which you do closely resembles to the original content. So means it looks like an original. So inadequate plagiarism is also is a one type of a plagiarism. Then we have uncited paraphrase, means you paraphrase in your own language but don't cite it. And there are plagiarism when you give quotes of someone else, but you don't cite it properly. You don't give this citation in your text. So that's also plagiarism. And sometimes students student have done the project and completed it, but unintentionally faculty member actually published paper out of that dissertation or thesis without including the name of the students. Okay, or sometimes one student take the project work of another students and claim their own and publish a paper. So that's also a plagiarism. So these are the broader type of plagiarism, and that we need to keep in mind. All these fall under the categories of a plagiarism. And then you need to learn how to avoid it. First you learn it, what are different plagiarism, but there are mechanisms to avoid the plagiarism. And the simple way to avoid the plagiarism is quoting, summarizing, and paraphrasing. So wherever you have mentioned given a quote, you try to actually, you don't want to write in your own language, then put in the quotes and give proper citation in the references. So there is basically up to 40 words you can quote, and more than 40 words are not allowed to quote. So if you want to use more than 40 words in your quotation, you need to put 3 ellipses in the beginning, and that's how you can quote. But more than 40 words are not allowed to quote. Then we have to summarizing. That relevant point may be identified, and the lengthy text may be written in a condensed form. That's a summarizing we need to do. So first you need to learn quoting, then summarizing, and then you need to learn paraphrasing. Means writing the other person idea, other person's write-up in your own language. So that's also the way to avoid the plagiarism. That's a simple rules. So what requires quotations? Actual words of someone. So if someone is using their actual words, like if you are taking some ideas from other people write-up, then actual word, whatever you are using in your write-up, that you need to quote. In addition to that, if you obtain ideas or information from someone else, that also need quotations. Apart from that, in fact, the illustrations, tables, figures, artworks, imagine anything, that all these need to be cited. You cannot exclude anything. Even if you are taking one thing from a newspaper, that also need to be cited. If you are taking some idea from the YouTube lecture, that also need to be included in the reference. So imagine anything and everything that you need to include in that requires citation. That's a best way of writing, best way of a standard writing, and to avoid the plagiarism practices. Okay, but there are certain exemptions, and these exemptions are such as the common knowledge the reader would require, that's already established, like sun rises in the east, the president of India or president or prime minister of any country or the capital of any nations. So these are a common knowledge or the common theoretical knowledge of your subject that you no need to cite, because that has been established from many decades, and that you no need to cite it properly, that you no need to cite at all. So that's the exemption, is that common knowledge can be exempted. And apart from that, it's a widely accepted fact and accessible via common information sources. In addition to these, there are folklores and well-known stories also don't need citations. So that's one thing. Apart from that, there are importance of citation in research writing. Why do we need to have a citation? So citation basically help in differentiates new ideas and existing ones. So how you will distinguish, suppose you are writing a paper or a thesis, then how you will distinguish that this is your own idea and the other is the idea of someone else. Okay, then you can only distinguish these by citing that this has been done so far and in this area, and this is my invention, my ideas, and my knowledge. That's how you can differentiate. Is that's the only way is by citation. Apart from that, suppose you have an argument, you are contradicting with one research which was done in the past, then how you will contradict with them, how you reinforce your own argument, that's also through the citation. Through citation, you can tell that this is the argument done by this author, and this is my argument. And therefore, when you are establishing the background of your domain, then also you need to cite. Apart from that, it also allows the readers to find your sources and conduct additional information. It also helps in maintaining ethical research and writing and ensure attribution of idea and plagiarism. So that's why we need to cite in our research writing. We need to inculcate the habit of citation, not just the citation in the text, but also the preparing the references as per our requirement. Because preparing the reference, if you are not preparing the reference as per the citation style of the journal where you tend to publish, that also can be considered as a plagiarism in some time. I'm giving you one example. Suppose you have given a references, and in that reference you are missing the page number or you are missing a journal name, then you are not actually reinforcing your idea that you have taken this idea from this journal, this issue. Okay, and therefore in one way or other that also invite the plagiarism. So therefore, not just the in-text citation, but also the references should also be prepared in the standard order. Nothing should be missed. Okay, so in the references, reference include various descriptors of the document such as author, date of publication, name and location of the publisher, title of the journals, and so nowadays digital object identifier are also being included in the references. In the reference, there are in-text citation that you need to remember. There are detailed references which are provided in the end of the book. One more thing that you need to remember, apart from the reference in the in-text citation, some information we cannot include in the references. So such information where we are trying to explain or one single word or try to explain the data given in the text, we can also use the notes. Notes generally come above the references. So that's also another thing that you need to remember: in-text citation, then references, which are the bibliography, and the notes which come just above the bibliography, and the references should be prepared in a standard format to avoid the plagiarism practices. Now, there are one is narrative in-text citation, and then a parenthetical. So what is narrative? So narrative is basically when you give the author name first, and then you say that this author, for instance, the Bharadwaj in 2023 studied this area of the subject. So when you are using the author surname first and then explaining his inventions or his write-up, that's called the narrative in-text citation. However, when sometimes you explain the idea, when you explain the theory, and then you mention in the end that these theories or the write-up have been taken from this source, that's called the parenthetical citation. And you can see here above on the screen that these are the difference between the parenthetical and the narrative in-text citations. Now, there are different, standards for the in-text citation also, like Vancouver versus Harvard in-text citation. So Vancouver is basically given in square bracket and superscript. However, the Harvard come with surname of the author and the year of publications. So citing two papers of the same author and the year, for instance, Bharadwaj, I have published two papers in 1 year. Then how you'll distinguish, how the reader would be able to distinguish which paper you are referring in the in-text citation. So if one author has published two papers in a year, you can use A and B. So I have published two papers in 2020, and my surname is the first name being used here, like Bharadwaj 2020. So I will distinguish between A and B. So if I publish three papers in the 2020, then I will use 2020C, Bharadwaj 2020C. So when the reader will read the in-text citation, they will go in the references and they will distinguish which paper you are referring. Okay, and then if there are multiple citations in the in-text citation, then it should be either in a chronological order or in the reverse order. So that is the standard practice. Basically, we follow the chronological order when we cite in the in-text. I will show you some examples. So here, this is the Harvard system. So in Harvard system, what we are doing in the in-text citation, we are using the author surname and then comma and then year of publication. And if you are using another study also, then we'll use the semicolon and the other author surname. If there are multiple authors, then we'll use the et al. And then comma and year of publication. However, in the Vancouver citation style, what we do, we use first number superscripts, like here you can see 1. So here, the third line you can see in the right side 1. It means these are the first reference. So 1, you can see who has given this data. The more than 1 billion people, approximately 15% of the population suffer with some type of disability. Who has given this data? Who has mentioned this data in their research paper? So you can go in the serial number 1 in the references and you can find out which study I'm citing here. So these are the distinguished between the Harvard system and the Vancouver in-text citation system. Then in the citation in the references, you will also see these things: IBID, offsite, locksite. Sometime when you are actually trying to identify IBID, what does it mean? If you don't know IBID means, then you won't be able to figure out author is referring to which study. Therefore, these things are very essential to learn. So IBID means the author and the source name immediately preceding the reference. So suppose I'm citing one study and again I'm citing the same study. So instead of using the same reference, what will I do? I'll use the IBID. So IBID means I'm referring the study which is just immediately given above. So that's one thing. Here, apart from that, offsite means the work refer to the list earlier by the same author. So prior reference. So it means offsite means one reference which is given above in the list, in the prior above in the list. So if suppose I'm using offsite at serial number 6, it means below above 6 up to 5 citation, there's one author whose name I've been mentioning here. I'm referring to that study. So I will use, suppose, one study like Bharadwaj, information system for visually impaired, which has been cited at number 2, and at number 6 I will use Bharadwaj offsite. So it means I'm referring to the same study which is given at serial number 2. However, the locksite we use the entire page. So whatever given on the page, so you can use locksite. So Bharadwaj locksite means I'm referring to one study which is given either above that number or below that number on the entire page. So that's the difference between the offsite, IBID, and locksite. And you will encounter with these in the reference list time and again while reading research paper. So that's we need to learn. Then there are different citations tools also we need to learn, because preparing a manual citation reference list is a very Herculean task, a very tedious task. And therefore, there are lots of online citation tools exist through which you can generate citation references, immediately with the click of mouse. For instance, citation machines. Even if you don't know the author name, if you write the title of the paper and the journal name, the author citation machine will suggest you, are you referring to this study? And from these 5, 6 lists, whatever citation machine will give, you can choose the appropriate one and the copy and paste in your reference list. Similarly, EasyBib, Harvard generator, MLA reference generator, Citation Builder Pro, all these create, have an ability to create references for you with a click of mouse. So these are very, very user-friendly tools and techniques. So if you want to save your time by manually creating references, you can take the help of these tools. Some of these tools, in fact, most of these tools are now online available. All right. Now, apart from that, what are the tools to check the plagiarism? So there are proprietary tools, there are freewares, and these plagiarism checkers actually are not plagiarism checker as such. They are basically a similarity checkers. So they will tell you how much contents are similar to the content which are available with these databases. These are basically a databases. Programs has a in the back end, they have a databases, and they will match your content with those databases. And these databases are so huge that they can also tell you, even if the paper is not published, they are a preprint. They can check your write-up with those preprint. They can check your write-up with the news item. They can also check with the published papers, book databases, and they can also check your content with the students' files, students' write-up assignments. So that's a possible. But ultimately, they will tell you the similarity recourse. So that's one thing. And there are many, like free duplicate checkers and plagiarism detectors. These are the freewares. However, the Turnitin, Grammarly, plagiarism, these are the paid plagiarism checker, and which can give you a report. Nowadays in the universities, most of the universities, the state and central university information center provide the access to the original OURI original, through which you can actually generate the similarity report. But these things are not sufficient. We need to also use the reference management system, for instance, the Mendeley and the Jotiro, because when you will do your PhD or the write-up, sometimes you refer more than 500, 600 papers. And it's very challenging to manage the reports, which paper you have referred in the past. Or sometimes you actually read one finding in one paper, but face very difficulty to identify which paper I read and which paper I have referred this finding. So to overcome this problem, we need to choose reference management systems. So for instance, the Mendeley and Jotiro, and these can help you a lot, not just in locating the appropriate paper, but also these have an integration with the MS Office. So when you are writing your thesis or research paper, you can simultaneously cite references from the library of Jotiro and Mendeley. So automatically citation become very easy. In fact, now they have, suppose your paper is rejected by one journal, and that journal was following a different citation style. But now you tend to submit your paper to a different journal which has a different citation style. So what will happen manually? You have to change one citation style to another citation style. But if you are using these reference management system in your write-up, then with a click of mouse, you can change the in-text citation and the bibliography reference style as well. And that's only possible when you will inculcate the habit of using the reference management systems. So Jotiro and Mendeley are very, very useful tool. In fact, Jotiro has a now integration with the Google Doc also. Suppose I'm giving you one example. Now we have been working on one project, and in that project, the many resource that experts are involved. We have experts from the Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, India, and a couple of other countries. And we are working simultaneously on one file, and that one file is located on a Google Doc. Now, how to prepare the references since we are doing remote work on one file, 5 people have been working on one file, but the references can also be generated simultaneously from the Jotiro library. So Jotiro library can actually pull the references in a Google Doc file from the Jotiro library and create simultaneously the in-text citation as well as the bibliography with the click of mouse. And they can also change from, with a click of mouse, you can change the citation style from one citation style to another style. So that's a thing you need to remember. Then we also have a Grammarly as a writing tool, which can help you in checking your language of your paper. Then Ginger, Readable. These are writing tools you can take the help, because English is not our native language. So all of us actually face problem at one stage or another related to language. In fact, some of the reviewer, they outrightly reject our paper, giving a reason that language is not appropriate. So before submitting your paper or thesis, it is advised to take the help of these tools if you are not good in the language. So these tools will tell you where the language error is. These tools can also be integrated with your email. So when you are composing an email, they can actually prompt if there is a language error. So for instance, I use the Grammarly, Google Chrome add-on feature. So it's a freeware. So when I'm composing an email, I give me a message where is my language at, so I can correct immediately. Sometimes you have to write so many emails, and the typing errors or grammatical errors sometimes is very obvious when you are composing 10-15 mails in a day. So therefore these tools and techniques can really help you to fix those errors, especially the typing errors you can fix very conveniently. So now also you need to learn the paraphrasing, because each and everything you cannot write in your own language. You have to take the other people write up also to justify that this has been done in the past, or why your invention is different from other people's. So you have to give your own invention, as well as you have to establish that this has been done in the past. So paraphrasing is very important to establish your argument, to highlight that something has already been invented in the past and how your invention is different from others. So paraphrasing means to state something written or spoken in different words, especially in a shorter or simpler forms, to make the meaning clear. Paraphrasing is a restating of someone else's thoughts or ideas in your own words. It also, you must always cite your source when paraphrasing. So that also you need to remember. And there's a difference between quoting and paraphrasing. In quoting, you quote, you don't try to change anything in the statement. But in paraphrasing, sometimes you make it short, sometimes you make it lengthy to explain the things. So paraphrasing means expressing someone's ideas in your own voice, while summarizing means explaining the things in a nutshell, explaining the things in a shorter, less words, explaining the things in a very clear way. So summarizing means condensing the other people idea, other people inventions, while the paraphrasing means explaining the things in your own words, giving your own voice. The things sometimes are not clear, but paraphrasing, with the help of paraphrasing, you can explain each and every aspect of the things so that other people can understand it very well. So paraphrasing not just help you to avoid the plagiarism, but it also help you to convey clearly what invention you have done, what research you have done. So paraphrasing is very important task that you need to learn. So phrases can be copied, which are generic from other people's paper. In fact, such phrases may even help you to improve language of your paper. It is the imaginations, Einstein said, that is the real science of intelligence. So when you are paraphrasing, sometimes you also need to imagine, and that we will learn what does mean. So quoting is required when someone sentences that does not require the understanding of others. So that's the purpose of quotes, that you try to pass it to others same as it has been said by others. So you don't want to change in it. So quoting is basically to avoid make up bulk of paper or portion of the paper. So suppose you try to quote more and more words in your paper or in your thesis to bulk it up, to increase the number of pages. So that is also a plagiarism that you need to remember. So that is not acceptable when you try to bulk up the paper, when you try to bulk up your thesis using the quotation methods. And that's I already told you in the beginning, only up to 40 words can be quoted. More than 40 words are not allowed. If you are quoting more than 40 words, then you have to put 3 ellipses in the beginning. So it is unacceptable when it is used to avoid the work of putting the idea into your own words. When quoting the work of third author, cite reference to that third author also. I'm giving you an idea that suppose you are writing one paper and you got an idea from the invention of like Einstein from another students of Einstein's paper. So here you need to cite all these two papers, not just the students of the Einstein, but also the Einstein original paper as well. So that's the exact way of quotation and citations. Not just cite the first author, but also cite the original paper in your references. So some reason of paraphrase. Simplify the passage in your writing. That's the reason to paraphrase. Then also to maintain the flow of the writing. Because if you will not paraphrase, you won't be able to maintain the flow of your paper. Because maintaining the flow is very, very important. Because if you'll see the review reports of different reviewers, the paper are rejected firstly on the basis of the language of the author. And the second reason of rejection is that paper is not organized properly. So to properly organize the paper, you need to maintain a flow in your writing. And therefore, paraphrasing can be very, very handy if you want to maintain a flow in your writing. And in addition to that, out of the context and less relevant information, removal is only possible when you paraphrase the things. So paraphrasing is not just explaining the things, but also removing the unwanted things where you are not making an argument. So sometimes some people give an idea which has two inbuilt ideas, but you are only focusing on one idea in your paper, and you don't want to highlight another idea. And therefore, when you paraphrase, you exclude that second idea on only ponder upon the one idea where you are which you are discussing. And that's only possible when you will paraphrase. Paraphrase also help you in repetition of the manuscript. So when a good manuscript or a good lecture should not have a repetitions of different aspects. And therefore, that repetition can be avoided when you will paraphrase. So there are lots of benefits of paraphrase. Then what are the different strategies that you need to implement? First and foremost is that you need to read papers, read different passages which you have to paraphrase. Then identify its purpose and connection with the objective of your study. So once you establish the connection with the objective and you read it once or twice, then look it away from that original write-up and write your own language by imagining. And then in the end, check and cite. Check your words, check your language, and check the citation index as well as the references. So that's the paraphrase strategies is read the passage, identify its purpose, look away, imagine, write, check and cite is the strategy. All right. Then we can also follow the grid methods to paraphrase. And grid method is look like this table where you will break the idea in different ideas, and you will write the keywords opposite to each idea, and also write the source references of that idea. So once you will break up in this table, you can use those different breakup ideas and the keywords in your writing while paraphrasing. So that's a grid method is given, that you first write the source details and then break the ideas in different paragraphs, give it different numbers, and write essential detail and give a appropriate keywords. And then while writing and well in your own language, take the help of this grid method, and in that way you can paraphrase it properly. And the paraphrase content will be original. So what you need to remember, what are the do's and don'ts while paraphrasing is read the original text few times, fully understand its meaning, put the reading aside, state in your own words, proofread, revise and edit. That should be do's. However, there are few don'ts, such as don't paraphrase without reading properly. In fact, you need to write few times, not just one time, few times, and then paraphrase. Don't write at all. Don't paraphrase at all without reading the text. Don't look the original. When you are writing and looking to the original, that also should not be practiced. Don't change the meaning. Right? Paraphrase doesn't mean you will change of the context. You will change the meaning of the author writer. Okay, don't copy more than 20% of the original language. That's a one way. So some people also believe that that text similarity can be identified using these plagiarism similarity checkers, but the figures, the images, the diagrams, these can be used, they can be reused. Like even if somebody has created it, you can use in your thesis. That's not the case. Even if you are using images, figure, and diagram of someone else, that's also plagiarism. These Turnitin and original may not be able to identify the similarity with the existing image, but there are different tools which can tell you that these are already generated images and diagrams. So if you're using them, that's also a plagiarism. So for instance, the TinEye is one program which is available on the internet, tineye.com, where if you upload the image, that program can tell you who has created that image or diagram. So if you submit your thesis and at the later stage, your supervisor or the reviewer check that diagram or the image, who has created it. And if it's not created by you, the TinEye can actually give a message that who has created this, who is the original creator of that image or diagram. So that's you need to be very careful. So I'm giving you one example. What is paraphrase and what is a plagiarism? The tortoise is very fond of water, drinking large quantities and wallowing in the mud. So I'm quite enamored of water, consuming significant. So these both texts look similar. So it's means it's not paraphrased properly because it resembles to the original. And here you can see the one more example. This is the original and this is a paraphrase. These also looks a different set of write-up, but they reflect to the original. So that's also we need to be careful. Here I'm giving you 3 examples. So 2 are similar. However, this is also paraphrase, but wrong paraphrase because it resembles to the again the original one. But this is the write-up paraphrase, but is appropriate. So paraphrase doesn't mean you have to write more words to explain or more words to avoid the similarity. In fact, by writing a shorter version of the text, that's also an appropriate paraphrase. That's also an appropriate way of writing. So for instance, we are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. So here, the appropriate paraphrase is we are mortal and will die eventually. Means you are writing only in one line, one sentence, and then you are paraphrasing it. So I will skip few of the examples. So this only example is this. See, S4 is the original text, but S5 and X6, which also are paraphrase content, but reflect to the original one. But S7 here is written in more words. Try to explain the first statement, S4. In the author try to explain its own language, own words. So that's an appropriate way of writing, appropriate way of paraphrasing your paper and thesis. Now, what are the different, free paraphrasing apps that exist? So one is, Quillbot is a paid version, a paid app. But apart from that, these are the paraphrasers, article spinners, and Gradebook. These are the free version where you can use these to create a paraphrase of your content. Okay, and these are the indentations. So indentation is also very important. So when you are quoting, you also need to indent it. So means not starting from the first line, you can actually skip a little space on the left side and little space on the right side, and put, if you are using more than 40 words, put 3 ellipses in the beginning. That's a right way of quotations. Things to keep in mind: don't copy and paste, because sometimes when you copy and paste, there are hyperlink embedded in the text. So that hyperlink will give clear picture in your thesis that from where you have copied and pasted. Follow the note-taking system, grid methods, when you are actually writing the thesis or the paper. So grid method will break up the ideas and you can use different ideas in your write-up while paraphrasing or while writing your papers and thesis. Note the citation each time. Sometimes we paraphrase it properly. It doesn't reflect to the original, but we forget to note the citations. So therefore, it is advised to note down the citations simultaneously when you are paraphrasing. Verify also the citation in the reference list and cite everything, including images, news, videos, PPT, statistics, quotations, facts, models. Everything should be cited. Other important point is use synonyms for all words that are generic. Changing the structure of the sentence is important. Changing the clause from phrase to vice versa, active voice to passive voice, and weave the paraphrase into your own essays. So there are few strategies that you need to follow. Combine and divide sentences as and when necessary. So these are the few points you need to inculcate as a good researcher in your practices. Yes. Another important thing which I would like to highlight when you are writing, you instead of using more words, for instance, it is more clearly mentioned. Instead of writing this whole line that you use a set, it is more clearly mentioned. Don't use like this. Only write sing mention. So try to use only one single word instead of using few words to explain things. In the near future, don't write that in the near future. Write only soon. It is clear, right? Better it's write clearly. Despite of the fact, try to use although. Few in number, try to use fewer. Of great importance, only use the important. So instead of phrases, try to use a single word in your paper and thesis. Paraphrasing the word of third author. In case another author refer the work of original author, then describe the literature, then his personal ideas. I already discussed this to you. Then key point of paraphrasing is change use of synonyms for keywords, non-keywords, change the noun and pronouns from singular to plural and vice versa, change the verb from ing to infinite, change the simple to continuous, change the active voice to passive voice, and try to use personal to impersonal, reversal of order in which information is presented. Never paraphrase technical word. That also is very essential to learn, because the technical word convey exactly what is the methods, what is the tools and technique you have used. So don't try to paraphrase the technical words. Change the part of the speech from noun to word, noun to adjective, noun to another category. Noun is completely acceptable. So that can be followed. So once your write-up is ready, for publishing a top journal, one very essential thing you need to learn is that selection of the journals. Selecting the appropriate journal is very, very important, because if your paper scope is not matching with the scope of the journal will outrightly reject it. They will not send it for the review because it doesn't fall in under the scope of that journal. Therefore, when you submit your paper, beforehand you need to understand all these things very, very meticulously, which journal suit to my study. Because if you submit without understanding all these parameters, journal will keep your paper 3 to 4 months and then they will return it with one simple reason that it doesn't suit to our journal. So therefore, selecting the appropriate journal is really essential, and for that you need to understand what is the scope of the journal, what kind of paper they accept, what is the whether it's a referred journal or not, whether it's indexed in major databases such as Scopus, Web of Science or not, what is the time lag, how much time it takes, how many issues it published, whether it's a reputed in my field or not, what is the production quality, or whether what kind of a online platform is being used, whether it's a commercial or open access. All these parameters is very, very essential, because sometimes we don't need to publish in a commercial journal. Our study require to be reached at a end users, the practitioner, and therefore if you publish your study in a paywall journals, then your study cannot reach to the practitioner, and therefore open access journal need to be chosen at that stage. So that's one very important aspect, is selection of the journal. And therefore there are many tools exist to identify the appropriate journal for is the manuscript matcher. Each publisher has on their website manuscript matcher. So I'm giving you an example of this Elsevier. So Elsevier has on their website this journal finder. So journal finder, when you submit your paper title, subject of the paper and the keyword, the Elsevier will suggest you what are the different paper journals are matched with your study and where you can submit your paper. So you can take the help of these for open access journals. You can use this open access journal finder for this open journal matchers, find my journal. These are the tools which exist on the internet. So as far the rejections is concerned, there are many reasons of rejections. Poor language is one of them. Matching, it doesn't match with the scope of the journal, that's another thing. But nowadays, journals are also highlighting one of the reasons of rejection is that your study have no social and practical implications. It's just a study to earn the academic point, but it has no real social and practical implication. They can highlight that while rejections, or they can also say your study is not organized, your studies is outdated, references are outdated, it's a duplicate study. So there are many reasons can be of rejection, and over a period of time when you will start submitting your paper and the reviewers will give you a feedback for your research, you will learn how to accept your paper in the first instance. It doesn't mean your study, if it's being submitted, being accepted a first instance, is a very good study. Sometimes very good study also require revisions. So that's I will not make an argument that if even if your study is being accepted in the first instance, it's a very good study. But yeah, you have inculcated the art of writing. That's one thing I can say. And I'm sure if you'll keep in mind these rejections reasons, you can overcome this problem and you can publish your paper in a less time. That's I'm sure. Okay, so with this, it's a very extensive presentation. So I'm going to wind up here only. And if you have any questions, we have 10 more minutes to discuss what we have learned so far. And if you have any doubt, please raise the questions. So over to you, participants.
Thank you so much, sir, for this such a wonderful session. So now I request all the participants, if you are facing any query on your mind or any problem related to the topic, you may post your question in the chat box, else you may raise your hand also. Any other question or any other doubt regarding the topic?
Dr. Rajkumar, I have a small submission from my side for you. I want to know what is the most acceptable softwares nowadays that is being used for paraphrasing?
Sorry, my actually system restarted. So if you have any question, please raise your.
Dr. Rajkumar, I wanted to ask you, what is the most preferred or easily available software for paraphrasing?
Quillbot is very popular, ma'am, nowadays. Quillbot can be used, and many universities have been subscribing this paraphrasing tools. Nowadays, many AI tools are also available, which can be used for paraphrasing. But Quillbot is very popular, which one can use to paraphrase. But I think a good researcher should depend less on these kind of tools, because once you will have a habit of using these tools, you would not be able to learn, paraphrasing your own. So first, I will advise not to use these tools. Use these tools, paraphrasing tool, only when you actually fail to learn the art of paraphrasing your own.
We had a similar question in the chat box also, that are paraphrasing tools recommended?
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you, that Don't use
Yes.
at a first hand. Don't use at a first hand. Only use at the end of your work. All these tools, whether it's a plagiarism checker, similarity checkers, or paraphrasing, or language tools, use it at the end of your study. And try to use minimal, actually, especially the
Because
language.
actually they would handicap the researcher.
Yeah, they handicap the researcher, exactly. Because if you start using it at a first instance, you are in the first year of your research, and the first year itself you will start using this tool, then the next 3 years you will not be able to inculcate that art of writing at all. So that's my recommendation is language tools should be used less, and the places similarity checkers should be used at the end of your study, not during the mid of your study or in the beginning of your study. Because the ultimate goal of a research is to solve the societal problem. And when you are solving a societal problem, you are dependent on so many things, tools and technology. The purpose actually, somewhere will be defeated. So a good researcher should be independent, not just in his ability to think, but the ability to perform, ability to take an actions. So independence is very, very important.
Absolutely. Any other questions coming our way?
Yes, participants, if you are having some question in your mind, you may please chat in the comment section. Else you may raise your hands also.
I think I have a lot of research scholars here. They should be asking questions because you're already getting an opportunity to talk to somebody who's a master in the field.
Okay,
Sugandh
ma'am.
Katwani has
So I
raised
think it's afternoon time. Yeah, there's one question. Yeah, Sugandh Katyal. Yeah, please ask question.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for the enlightening session. The question that I had in my mind was that I've heard from few faculties or teachers or scholars that, I have not experienced it. That's why I said I've heard. So they shared with me that often in journals, when you submit your papers, and if suppose they reject it or something, but they still have your paper, and there is a possibility that they can give it to someone else or the paper to be leaked. So there are high chances of paper being plagiarized or someone using it as their own. So how can someone avoid it, or how the journal can limit it?
I think you don't need to worry about it. Once you submit your paper to the journal, you will also get an email that you have submitted this paper, and the journal publisher website will keep showing you your paper, full text paper. Okay, even if it's accepted or rejected, it will remain on the publisher website where you will submit it. So in fact, that's a proof that you are the one did that study first time. So even if somebody will steal your paper, you can sue that candidate. Okay, so you don't need to be afraid of that somebody will steal. First and foremost, I'm telling you, publisher never leak the paper. They have huge amount of paper. The paper from publisher side will never be leaked. But there are chances when the publisher send a paper to the reviewers, the reviewer might use your data sometime. In fact, they all are reputed publisher select a very reputed reviewers, and the reviewers also don't have time to get data from. But the reviewers can get an idea of your study. If your study is really novel, the reviewer can get an idea. So, but you will have a proof, because when you submit your paper to the publisher, you will always have a proof. So no need to worry about it. You can, in fact, even if somebody try to steal your paper, and you are because you have a proof that you have done the study first time. So you can actually contradict with that author, in fact, later on, if that author publish that kind of a study using your own work. So you no need to worry about it. That's a very, very minimal chances. Like I would say less than 1% chances that publisher or the reviewers will leak your study. Yeah, obviously the reviewer can get an idea. That's true. And that's the incentive reviewers get. Reviewers don't get anything. They don't get money for reading your paper. They only get the academic scholarship. They only get an idea what other people are doing. Okay, so you don't need to worry. I think you don't need to be bothered about it. Focus on your work. That's more important.
Thank you.
Anyone else has question?
Any other question, please? So I think there is no question in the chat box also, and either or hand is raised. So I would like to give a special vote of thanks to Dr. Rajkumar Bhadwat sir for giving us his valuable time to speak on the topic academic integrity and honor board. So thank you so much, sir, on behalf of Amity University Academic Staff College. We welcome you again in the future as well. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Rajkumarji. Pleasure having you here at Amity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. It's always a pleasure, sharing my thoughts with the research scholars. And thank you very much to each one.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, now I would like to hand over the session to Shalu Rathod. Now in this session, we will be having our eminent resource person from Department of Education, Science and Mathematics, NCERT, Delhi. Professor Tilprasad Sharma, he's from NCERT, Delhi. Now I would like the session to Shalu. Shalu, are you there? Yes, please carry forward the session.
A warm welcome to all of you gathered here today. It is my distinct pleasure and honor to introduce our esteemed resource person who need no introduction, but certainly deserve one. Our resource person today is true trailblazer, a visionary in their field, and an aspiration to many. Their achievement have left an indelible mark on society and continue to shape the world we live in. Let's welcome Professor Tilprasad Sharma, Professor in Mathematics in Department of Education in Science and Mathematics. Let me introduce him. He have done Master in Science, PhD in Mathematics from Delhi University. The area in which he worked is Mathematics Education at school level, Department of Teaching Material, Teacher Training Material, Textual Material, Research Primary Mathematics, Mathematics Education and Mathematics. He have 27 publications, which include cures in restricted three-body problems, three-body problem proceeding of workshop of celestial mechanism and space dynamics, assessment concept and strategies of school, science volume 50, number 2, teaching of geometry in school mathematics, Pramiti 2023, and many more. He presented 31 papers, including Shillong on right to education and its perspective present at NERIE. Presented a paper in the National Conference on Integration of STEM in School Education, entitled Teaching Approaches of Mathematics, organized by RIE, Bhopal on 26 February 2021, through webinar, and many more like this. He even conducted 16 research studies, which include a study of students' performance in mathematics, relation to teaching techniques, revision of syllabus and textbook in mathematics in the light of National Education Policy 2020. In 22-23, a study to assess the impact of hybrid model of education on student understanding of mathematics concept at secondary level. He acted as a resource person in 44 programs like training of key resources person in teaching mathematics at senior secondary level held at SIE Jammu during December 13 to 17, 2004. Training of headmaster of Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan at RIE Ajmer during 5th to 6th October 2009. Work as a resource person in a program entitled as Workshop on Review of Mathematics Lab Kits organized of Division of Educational Kits during 9 to 13 March 2023. He participated in CIV conferences like participated in 84th session of India Science Congress during 3 to 8 Jan 1997 at University of Delhi. Participated in Rashtriya Bal Vigyanik Pradarshini RBVP 2022 in Guwahati during 22-27 November 2022. He is coordinated in 45 programs, including training of KRP in teaching mathematics at senior secondary level for the state of Jammu and Kashmir, 2029 August to September 2005. State level science, mathematics, and environmental exhibition for children in 2022 and 23, and many more like this. He taught at BSc, B.Ed, 4-year student at RIE Ajmer from 3rd Feb 2024 to 20th September 2007. He even taught at Amity School of English and Technology from September 2022 to November 2003. He even have 5 innovation, including member of development team of Higher Secondary Mathematics Kit, DEK modification and development of mathematics laboratory in 2022-23. He developed 16 courses curriculum, including member of development team of teachers, training manual of class 1st to 12 to mathematics, member of editorial board of proceeding of 7th National Conference of Mathematics Education, December 2022. He even participated in live telecast on NCRT official channel, like live discussion on mathematics on 5th October 2018 at Swayam Prabha. Integers and decimal of class 1st to 4th on 23rd July 2020, 21st October 2020 respectively. He is a resource person in National Workshop in National Seminar on Mathematics Education at NERIE Shillong during 21 to 22 December 2017. At Virtual National Workshop on Development of Learning Resources in Science and Mathematics Education organized by the Department of Education, University of Delhi on 20th Feb 2021. He is chief guest, guest of honor, session chair, panelist, advisor in 52 programs, including chaired in the session entitled Mathematics in School Curriculum 3 at NERIE Shillong during 21st to 22 December 2017 in the National Seminar on the Mathematics Education, participated as chief guest in the program State Level Science, Mathematics in Environmental Exhibition for children from 22 to 23 at Kautilya Sarvodaya Vidyalaya, Chirag, Delhi on 20th Feb 2023. He participated in 4 overseas academics, including a talk on non-linear dynamics and chaos in the Shiraz University, Shiraz, Iran. During 1st to 5th September 2003, participated in 2010 annual CES conference. During 2 to 5 May 2010 Victoria Conference Center, BC, Canada. He is even a life of Astronomical Society of India, Rajasthan Ganit Parishad, the Association of Mathematical Teachers of India, and Vigyan Parishad of India. He even have received Aryabhatta Award 2019, which is awarded by the Ramanujan Maths Club, Gujarat on 10th Feb 2019 at Arpit Institute of Science and Technology, Rajkot, Gujarat. His spirit of curiosity, constantly seeking new horizon and challenging conventional wisdom. Their relentless pursuit of excellence has inspired generation of aspiring individuals to reach for the stars and big dream. Today, we are fortunate to have our resource person here with us, ready to share their wisdom and experiences. I have no doubt that their presence will enrich our gathering and leave a lasting impact on each and every one of us. Now, I would like to hand over the session to him. Again, I welcome you, Dr. Tilprasad Sharma.
Thank you very much. Because it is a long introduction, I think our session is very important. This higher education, this topic which is given today, especially very important because we have. Can I start, right? Shall I start?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Please, sir.
Yes. So this session is especially very important. Earlier, this was not there, but this is it is there, and it is one of the very important topic. And like higher education, can you start this presentation, please? Share the presentation.
Yes, sir. I'll do.
Okay. This higher education is like school education is very important because for our growth, if schools are not there, school or middle school or high school is not there because there are different channel. But still, I believe that higher education is because it is the one of the output, because their input is the, we can say that it is the primary education, then middle school, then secondary school, then high school, higher education. This is where we can able to get different degrees, and we learn a lot how to, and we can even go to the different stream wherever we have interest, right? So and higher educations, basically this is regarding what I understood, that this is regarding the regulations by which the higher education will be, they will follow certain the rule. And our student community, I believe that the student community, because of this student community, will get many benefits. Like higher education across the witness various transformation in the recent years. There is a transformation. There are so many. Earlier, there used to be only one type of university or college. But now, if we visit in different places, different like in our NCR or different cities, we'll find different type of institutions. Emergence of new technology and innovation have become a key trend. The global higher education, such as massive open online courses, MOOCs, open educational resources. So this is also there. Innovation brings the world closer beyond the boundaries while adding new and complex challenges for regulatory bodies and accreditation agencies. Because this is required, because when there is an institution where there is a student, because institutions are basically working for the students. If there is a certain parameter is there, and if the institute is excellent, then our student community, they will get much benefit. So that's why I think this was failed, and this is established. The change significantly expand the role of technology integration in the accreditation process, as well as minimizing through the innovative quality assessment tool. Because now in this process, this accreditation process, there is a because this technology sometimes we feel that without technology now, from morning to night, we are using the technology, and we have a habit. So in this system also, technology also, the tool, basically tools are using to assess the institution. This changing context has emphasized the need for framework that would also promote optimal resource utility, improve services, increase flexibility in the operational blended with the newer technology in present accreditation process. So, and there are some how this is happening. This is also, there is a short historical evidence. National Assessment Accreditation Council process based on global good practices and norms, total 12,579. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide, please.
Shalu, are you not able to move the slides, beta?
No, ma'am, actually.
Shalu, click on the slide again. Click on the slide and then move the up arrow or the down or the side arrow, please.
Over 1,600 higher education institutions accredited during the year 2016-17. Facilities, quality, and excellence by establishing internal quality assurance cells, IQACS, and good practices. 7,000 IQACS, series of good practices and quality initiative. Growing importance, mandatory regime, policy, and funding linkages, because there is a in accreditation process, finally the funding also, there is a link of funding also. Recently, NAC has revised its methodology from peer-based assessment to ICT data-driven method of assessment, which is considered as a paradigm shift in Indian higher education since July 2017. Earlier, because there will be a peer used to visit, some faculty used to visit. Now there is a process. ICT also, we are taking the help of the ICT also. This new technology methodology is featured by ICT enables scalable and robust, ensuring objectivity and transparency. So shall I try from here if it is not happening? Madam? Shall I try from here if it is not happening? Slides.
Sir, 1 second, sir.
Okay.
Sir, give me 1 second.
Okay.
Shalu, please stop the sharing and then share again. Shalu, can you hear me, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I am sharing, ma'am. I am sharing. I tried to change it, but I was not able to. I'll just do it once again, please. I'm so sorry.
Yes. Next.
Now they are changing, na, sir?
Now, yes, this one.
Yes, Rasna, the slides are moving now.
Okay, thank you, thank
Okay,
you.
okay.
Thank you.
So in we have total 903 universities and this much of colleges, and stand alone. Enrollment in higher education reached 36.6 million during 2017-18. So, and every year we see that there are new university, new colleges are coming up, right? So challenges of Indian higher education system, massive higher education system. Next slide, please. Next. This one, correct. Massive higher education system stand next to China in United States, a third largest higher education system in the world with number of higher education institute, diversity in terms of higher education, variety of institutes, cross-offering academic diversity, because India is the large country and we have different challenges. As per the challenges, we have different type of colleges, university with different languages and culture. Unique grading system, NAC grading system unique and grades to higher education institutions on 7-point scale with letter grades. Involvement of stakeholders. Stakeholders mean teacher, students, parents, everything comes. Lacks the involvement of stakeholders such as industry experts, alumni, students in designing the curriculum, quality assurance compared to other developed countries. Limited number of assessors, because we have limited number of experts, only 1200 members. Need for data verification, huge data submitted online, because there are nowadays there is a huge data is submitted by the different institutions and colleges. Huge data submitted online by higher education institution to NAC needs to be validated and verified for better quality purpose, which requires a specialized person who have the knowledge of data verification and validation using online platform. As we know that whenever we in present time, almost many universities there is a online admissions, and they ask for submit the mark sheet and all, but at the same time there is a requirement of verification. Somebody has to verify it, only then accept. So in the case of university and colleges, at the time of NAC, they have to also submit those. Therefore, many persons are required in this system. Next, key issues of higher education: need for revising the methodology, linking NAC accreditation to various funding. NAC grades with scores of 3.51 or above enjoys autonomy of operations, graded autonomy to promote and institutionalize excellence in higher press release. Higher education institution may offer online distance learning courses with a valid accreditation from NAC with a minimum cumulative grade of 3.26 and development of RAF, revised accreditation framework. Now, next slide, please. The methodology design strongly emphasizes on evidence-based assessment with accuracy and authenticity. Because if some college or university, we heard that it is A++ or A+, because these are based on data, and this data has to be really available data. It is not that it is a data which are not available and they are getting A+. It is not like that. Available data. So a revised accreditation framework developed in consultation with the statutory bodies, expert and stakeholders, exist in 50 core and desirable indicators, about 200 assessment indicators and questions in a manual synthesized. Elaborate process of self-study report covers over 300 questions along with departmental inputs were reduced to 140 matrices. Referencing with National Institution Ranking Framework, NIRF, and international practices, learning from the best practices in Europe and other regions for feature like student satisfaction survey, alumni engagement, etc. Consulted about 200 experts to national meet, workshop, and core working group and sectoral working groups meeting. Conducted a pilot study across the country to test the framework and benchmark quality indicator framework hosted on website and feedbacks out. Because whenever the RAF is developed, because on that there are so much of workshop and consultations with the stakeholder, and finally they all become consensus and they have develop this framework. Key feature of revised accreditation framework. Next, please. A paradigm shift in approach and philosophy, because earlier the process was not this ICT based. Now it is ICT based also. From qualitative peer judgment to database quantitative indicators evaluations. Earlier it was peer judgment, only few faculty or used to verify, but now there is a both kind of data is verified, qualitative as well as quantitative. System generated scores with combinations of online evaluation 70% and peer judgment 30%. So online evaluation 70 and peer judgment whenever they go to the field they 30%. Automated evaluation model with increased objectivity and transparency, significant difference in evaluation of universities, autonomous college and affiliated constitution college. Introducing key indicators and alumni engagement and student satisfaction survey, because this is ultimately these two components are very, very important. Alumni and student satisfactory survey. Students mean present time those who are studying in the college or university. Alumni means somebody already they have passed out. Their feedback or questionnaire they used to take it. Data validation by external professional agencies. Appropriate penalty provision evolve for institution submitting fraudulent data information supporting document. So data also, because we can submit any data and we can get the accreditations, but it is not like that, because data has to be verified, authenticate data. And basically, I always feel that because of the accreditations, our student community are getting, I think those who are studying in particular college, university, for them, I think it is very good because they are getting quality education, because this is done to make the educations quality education. Benchmark for each matrices are designed taking the consideration of academic expert views and field testing. The benchmark of QIF are designed on 0-4 scale, and these benchmark are tested using the pilot study. A series of meetings were conducted for statistical analysis of benchmark values of quality indicators framework. Separate benchmark are designed for university, autonomous, and level colleges. As we know that in our system, there are university, autonomous college, affiliated college. For all the institution, different benchmarks is there. Pre-qualifier for visit. Institution has to secure at least 30% in the quality matrices to qualify for peer team visit, because the faculty will visit. Just a minute. Sorry, because there was some call. Pre-qualifier for visit. Institution has secured at least 30% in the quality matrices to qualify for peer team visit. Because if the institution get 30%, then only there will be a visit. Third-party data validation. Data submitted by HEIS is being scrutinized, verified, and validated by the third-party evaluator, commonly referred as the data verifications and validation partners, because data are generally always validated by the third party. Generally, whenever we write the examination in the school, our school teachers evaluate and give marks, but at the time of final exit, like in class 10 and in class 12 and other examinations, generally evaluation is done by third party. So here also this is done by third party. Key features of, am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Key features of RAF: 100% ICT based process. Because nowadays it is ICT. I have already told you it is working in our life day and night. So it is 100% based process. The entire process of assessment methodology is ICT based. Evaluation from preliminary stage of application call QA till the result declarations. So these are the different processes. Institutional information for quality assessment. In order to reduce the duration of the process, initial application comprising letter of intent and institution eligibility for quality assessment involving eligibility check, document verification, and indicator based on screening formats were designed and deployed as a single application called institutional information for quality assessment, thereby reducing the cycle time for each institution. Automatic selection. The system will automatically allot the higher education institutes to concerned NEC officers, partners for their third-party evaluation and assessor selection based on the type of university sub-evaluation offering non-local. So as per the received data, the NEC officers are chosen and they will visit the school, college, or university. Quality indicators framework. The criteria based on assessment from the backbone of accreditation and assessment process of NAC is 7 criteria represent the core function and activities of a higher education institute in the revised framework. Not only the academic and administrative aspect of institution functioning, but also the emerging issues have been included. The 7 criteria to serve as basis for assessment of HEIs are curricular aspect. Now these are the parameters: teaching, learning and evaluation, research, innovation and extension, infrastructure and learning resources, student support and progressions, governance, leadership and management, institution values and best practices. These are the broad area where the indicator are based on broad area, or question are based on this area. Next, please. Next slide, please. These are the curricular aspect: teaching, learning and evaluation, research, innovations and extension, infrastructure and learning resources, student support and progression, governance, leadership and management, institution values and best practices. So one institute, whenever they invite NARCs or accept this assessment, they have to make the standardize all these aspects. Curricular aspects mean quality education, teaching, learning and evaluation, how students are getting the education. So these 7 are the main criteria. Under each criteria, a few indicators are identified. These key indicators are further delineated on matrices. So on the basis of these 7 criteria, there are more questions are from, and their evaluation process will take place. Next. So these are the small statistics criteria: 7 universities, 7 college, 7. So key indicators are, in case of, we have 7 for all. Key indicators in case of university 34, autonomous college 34, and affiliated college 32, and qualitative matrix 38, 38, 41. So this is quantitative matrices. Quantitative means the data 99, 98, 80. So total will be this one. Next. So these are again this further, the curricular aspect is further differentiate into this criteria. Curricular aspect is curriculum design and development, curricular planning and implementation, academic flexibility, curricular enrichment, feedback system. So teaching, learning and evaluation also further divided into 7 criteria. So total, and this is for the universities 200, autonomous college 300, and affiliated and constitution college 350. Next, please. Again, this in research, innovation, extension, we have 7 criteria: promotion of research facilities, resource mobilization, research, innovation ecosystem, research publication and awards, consultancy, extension activities, collaborations. So these are the different points, and there is, in case, there is also 7 points. Infrastructure, learning resources, here physical facilities, library as a learning resource, IT infrastructure, maintenance of campus infrastructure. So there we have 4 points. Support, student support and progression. This is very important. Here student support, here again this is categorized into 4 points: student support, student progression, student participation in activities, alumni engagement. So these are the different points. For universities, there is 100 total point, autonomous college 100, and affiliated constitution college 130. Next, please. Governance, leadership and management. Here also key indicator: institution vision and leadership. Here for case the university, there is a 10 point, autonomous college 10 point, and affiliated and constitution college 10 point. And here we have 5 different points, right? Institution vision and leadership, strategy development and deployment, faculty empowerment strategies, financial management and resource mobilization, internal quality assurance system. And institutional values and best practices, there are 3 points: institutional values and social responsibility, best practices, institutional this is. So there in all cases, university, autonomous college, affiliated constitution college, we have 100 points. Next, please. Now, system generated grade of higher education institution. So grade of HEI depend on input from qualitative metrics using peer judgment. So peer judgment goes to 25 to 35%. Input from quantitative matrices using computer generated score, including student satisfaction survey, 65 to 75%. So total we have 100. So there, there in this side, you can say the left hand side is there 25 to 30%. This is a peer review where some expert visit the institute, but at the other side there is up to 75%. This is through computer generated system. Next, please. Just a minute. So sorry for disturbance. And NAAC accreditation outcome document. So this is peer team report, statistical analysis, quantitative matrices, institutional grade sheet. So this is, you see, peer team report there is a 30%, and this two there is a 75%. Above three parts would be combined together to form the NAAC accreditation outcome document. It would be made mandatory for HEI to display it on the institution website, apart from hosting it on the NAAC website. So this has to be there on the website, institution website also, NAAC website also. On the basis of this, student may get more institution may get less student, but this should be there uploaded in the institution website as well as NAAC website. Next, please. So outcome document, this is a RAF of NAAC has introduction many new concept in this process. The final outcome of assessment and accreditation exercise bring an outcome document which is based on ICT score. This document comprises of three parts. There are three parts: peer team report, quality profile of the institution grade sheet. This report, peer team report, this report provides general information for the institution and its context, along with the criteria-wise analysis based on peer evaluations of qualitative indicators, overall analysis of the institution's strength, weaknesses, opportunities, challenges, and also recommendation for quality enhancement of the institution. So nowadays, our students generally take admissions by seeing this ranking, right? So all institutions gradually they are trying to upgrade themselves so that there will be more facility, and if there is a more facility, and if it is evaluated through the NAAC and it is there in the website, because website is just like our image, like what is there, because institutions are coming from the faraway places, so they can't come directly to the institute and see, but through the website they can see and they can think whether they have to take their admission or not. So next, please. Now, student satisfaction survey, institution will have to submit the entire database, at least 50% student populations. This questionnaire will be mailed to all the students. Responses should be received from at least 10% of the student population, or 100 in case of colleges, 10% or 500, whichever is less in case of universities. If the response rate is lower than the limit, this metric will not be taken up for evaluations. So this is also one, sort of, there is a checklist type there, because this much should be there. Only then student satisfaction survey will be accepted. Next, please. Aim to capture the student satisfaction about the teaching, learning, evaluation process, which will help to upgrade the quality of higher education. So this is one very, because after all, in higher education, the student community is one of the very important pillar. If they are satisfied, therefore, this in this data, the aim is to capture the student satisfactions about the teaching, learning, and evaluation process, which will help to upgrade the quality of higher education. So, student satisfaction is one of the important criteria in this accreditation system. Next, please. So NAAC has embarked on a mission to address the different categories of institutions by designing separate methodology to special category of HEIs, to developing separate quantitative and qualitative matrices for variety of specialty of higher education institutions such as yoga, Sanskrit, open and distance learning, health science, etc. Besides this, NAAC has also introduced optional matrices, the provision to opt out some of the matrices which may not applicable to the institution for various reasons, and essential matrices provision to HEI is mandatory necessary to attend the essential matrix, because some data are very, very important. So those data should always be there. Next, please. So we have range institutional community grade for average. These are the some of the status till 2017. A plus plus, A plus, A, B plus plus, B plus, B, C, D. Next, please. Stakeholder focus, because this stake input, process, output. This is a main thing in this exercise, whole exercise. Student there is the always top. So input will come from student, curriculum, faculty and staff, non-teaching staff, facilities and infrastructure, teaching resources, and process. Process is teaching and learning, staff development, because nowadays there is a this is staff development programming is there, and quality teaching should be also there. Staff development, student support and evaluation, research and administration. And research is one of the very important component, because if we do research, then we always learn, because today I may learn something, tomorrow also I'll learn something. So learning will never stop, and this is the requirement. Output, skill and employable graduate, because this is very important. Skill and employable graduate. We do not, we need a graduate which is skill and employable. Research, publication and output. There should be always research, publication, output, and contribution to the community. After all, whatever we do, whatever we learn, we have to serve our community. This is our main purpose. And finally, there will be a, because of this, there will be stakeholder satisfactions. Next, please. NAAC reforms impact and expected outcome, reducing the subjectivity due to variance in peer team assessment, inculcation of competitive spirit by providing quantitative benchmark as basis of assessment, improvement of data management practices in HEIs, increased use of ICT in teaching, learning and governance for quality improvement, integrating the stakeholders' involvement and feedback in quality improvement. This is like feedback system, student system survey, alumni engagement. So these are the some of the reforms NAAC has initiated. Next, please. Introduction and acceleration of outcome-based education, encouraging the culture of innovations and startup on campuses, reinforcements of values and ethics, institutional of quality culture, promoting gender sensitivity on the campus, incentivizing the inclusive practices such as reservation policy differently available in the campus. So these are the again other reform the NAAC has initiated. Next, please. Encouraging students to participate in extension activities such as Swachh Bharat, aid awareness, gender issues, because we should encourage our students, because students are our future of our country. So always encourage for Swachh Bharat, aid awareness, right? Gender issues, promoting e-resources of library for easy access to students, focus on research in universities, because research is also one of the very important component in the universities. Emphasis on skill and correlation academic with world of work, attempt to reach golden mean of advantages of ranking and quality assurance process, introducing new concept for third-party validation of data by external agencies, because third-party validation of data is very, very important, and it is the need of the hour, because we have to, whatever data is there, we have to verify it by the third party. Next, encouraging mobility of students and teachers, because students, it is not required that they have to only, they will attend the classes. They should go outside the classes also, because sometimes excursions, sometimes local field visit, collecting data, seeing the outside world, recognizing diversity, relevance of curriculum with societal needs and global trends, faculty empowerment, encouraging eco-friendly practices on campus. Next, please. So analysis of result accreditation declaration March, because 2019 result of 717 HEIs have been declared under the revised accreditation framework. The grade-wise breakup are as follows. So these are the 86 have scored A and above. Maybe this data will change in this 2023. So these are the institutions. Next, please. So number of universities, this is also, if data is there, A++, 3 universities. So this is also one good data. Next. So the cycle-wise detailed institution accreditation under revised accreditation framework. This is also data. Next, please. Issues and challenges. Now, diversity, the revised accreditation framework model is a general tool. One size fits all model. Some of the elements and parameters covered in the model may not be applicable. In order to address the challenges of diversity, NAAC has introduced optional matrices where institution can claims not applicable up to 5%, because there are so many challenges. Faculty storage, some of the issues where there is a possibility of low scoring due to the region beyond their control, such as faculty storage shortage. Funding issues, because if there is a faculty shortage, there will be always a low performance. Funding issues, since the NAAC and A is a diagnosis quality tool, these elements are essential for evaluating quality and have been incorporated. Systematic limitations. A few of the stakeholders have reported that state government norms, affiliation, university issues, implementation of choice-based credit system, student-teacher ratio may create limitation for institutions. Since A is not homogenizing tool, the issue of systematic limitation may have to address at the policy level rather than the excluding such factor from the evaluation framework. So there are so many issues. Now our this 2022 has the education policy has come. Education policy 2020 also, next please. And some of the major problems currently faced by the higher education system in India include a severely fragmented higher education system, less emphasis on the development of cognitive skills and learning outcomes, a rigid separation of discipline, with early specialization and streaming of students into a narrow area of study, limited access, particularly in socio-economic disadvantaged area, with few higher education institutes that teach in local languages, limited teacher and institutional autonomy, inadequate mechanism for merit-based career management and progression of faculty and institutional leaders. So these are there are so many challenges in our higher education. So RAF challenges way forward. Based on this, there is a challenges, but with continuous effort, we can overcome the challenges. Resistance for change for stakeholder to complete the transition to ICT-based data-driven model. Need for considering feedback from the field and fine-tuning the framework. Hill reaction on the tough result with downgrading, concern litigation due to linking of CGPA with grant recognition status. For all this ICT, is helping us. So the ICT maybe whatever, because ICT is such a thing that where we can't reach, ICT can reach. So with ICT is one of the great tool in present time. Next, please. Right step in the new era. Right step in the new era of technology driven mode of assessment, because I have already told you, but everything nowadays is technology based. Possibilities of integration of RAF work with the India-European benchmark projects on selected European and Indian universities on enhancing quality assurance management and benchmarking strategies in Indian universities. Novel experiment of integration of student satisfaction survey into formal a process can be emulated by the other agencies, raising bar of Indian HEIs through competitive benchmark using quality matrices, expense by NAC in use of ICT, based data-driven assessment and accreditation and combination of quality metrics and quantity metrics for assessment, a good practice worth adoption. So these are the some of the way forward, because we are NAC is taking initiative. Next, please. Now to do all this thing, NAC is also they have a research wing, because sometimes some question may work this time and some kind of data may work in time, but that because society is dynamic and we are ourselves also dynamic, so everything is changing. So there is a in NAC they have established of research and analysis wing, memorandum understanding with Indian Institute of Management, Tiruchirappalli, Tamil Nadu, mass campaigning to reach unreached, capacity building to reach accredited 5,000 per year, because this is the target that 5,000 higher education institution has to be accredited. Virtual program for accessor to enroll, train over 10,000 experts, because all this robust system is there, but if we do not have the expert also, then the actual verification will not click. So there is a training program also for them. Qualities sustenance initiative use digital and broadcasting mode. This is also there. Next, please. So next is thanks from my side. Any questions are there, most welcome, because this is the, we all know that nowadays this is happening in our system, and whatever comes, we have to accept it and we have to work for that. So if we accept something and work for that, then there will be always a improvement. We should accept it because it is a model conceptualized by the expert. So many institutions, if all the institutions of the country get accredited, then we believe that sooner or later our education system or higher education system, and in future there is a chance that school education also maybe they have to fall in there will be accreditations, so that there will be quality educations, because the target is to through this main target is to give the quality educations to the society or our students. And there is one thing says skill. We need skill-based students and employable students. This is also one in this document it is said. So thank you very much. Anything from there from my side, most welcome. And I want that our students should at least they should go once this National Education Policy 2020, because there is many things there about our education system. So they will learn a lot and they can articulate a lot, and they can understand a lot of our education system. Thank you very much.
Forum is open for the question answer. So you may please raise your hands and ask the question, or as mentioned by Dr. Sushma Rani ma'am in the chat box, you can please put your questions in the chat box.
Yes, participants, any question or any suggestion or any doubt you want to clarify, you may ask here, or you may raise your hands also. Yes, any questions, please? So may I request Ms. Shalu to give vote of thanks to Dr. T.P. Sharma sir, please? I think there is no questions raised on and neither any hand raises there. I think it must be clear to everyone. Ms. Shalu, please.
On the behalf of MIT University, Uttar Pradesh, we would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude and offer a vote of thanks to our distinguished resource person, Dr. Tilprasad Sarma, for gracing us with their presence today. It has been an absolute privilege and honor to have you with us and share your valuable insight and experience. Your presence has truly enriched our event and left an indelible mark on all of us. We are grateful for the time and effort has dedicated to being a part of our event. Your presence has contributed immensely to its success and has provided us with a deeper understanding of accreditation, integrity, and compliance. The immense dedication and commitment to their field of expertise are truly admirable. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us such a wonderful session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I leave now?
Yes, sir, you may, sir. So in future also, we would like to invite you as a speaker also. Definitely.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so
Thank you.
much for providing your precious time and precious knowledge as well, which is a required need of the time. Because accreditation is something which is the need for every institute and is being highlighted in national education policy in a way with a very different perspective that everyone should need to know. So
Yes,
thank you.
correct.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So dear participants, we are sharing the attendance link, assessment link, and the feedback link on the chat box. I would request Sushma ma'am to do the needful, please.
Yes, please,
And you all are requested to fill the same. It is the required mandate.
Yes, dear participants, we have shared the attendance link also, feedback link and assessment link in the chat box section. So kindly fill the same.
Sushma ma'am, the second link is showing that you have already responded. Sugandh is writing the issue.
Ma'am, this might be ma'am attendance form, ma'am. I'm checking with the Rasna ma'am.
We'll share the attendance link on the WhatsApp group as well, ma'am. Maybe they are having some issue over here, so I'll post it in the WhatsApp.
Now I would like to call Shushma Rani ma'am to give us vote of thanks for the whole session.
Thank you so much, Shalu, for inviting me. So I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to each and every one of you who made this online event of the second day a great, successful one. It is truly an honor to be given this opportunity to deliver a vote of thanks on behalf of the Amity University Academic Staff College. First and foremost, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our respected Vice Chancellor, ma'am, our Honorable Founder President, Sir Dr. Ashok Chauhan, sir, our Honorable Chancellor, Sir Dr. Atul Chauhan, sir, and Professor Dr. Taranji Dugal, ma'am, Professor Dr. Harish Kumar, sir, Head Domain, Faculty of Education, Amity University, Noida, for providing us such a wonderful platform through which we can share our expertise and our experiences on academic integrity and professionalism. Our heartfelt thanks goes out to the esteemed guests and our resource persons, Dr. Rajkumar Bhadwaj, sir, who is a senior associate professor in Dr. Rajkumar Bhadwaj, sir, and second Professor Tilprasad Sharma, sir, Department of Science and Mathematics, NCERT, who graciously shared their expertise and insights with us, and their valuable contributions have enriched our understanding and broadened our horizons and empowering us to face the challenges of rapidly evolving world. Additionally, we must recognize the pivotal role played by all those who are active participants, and enthusiastic engagement made this event a truly vibrant and interactive experience. I also express my heartfelt gratitude to Dr. Rasna ma'am and Dr. Manoj Kumar sir, and also my sincere gratitude to the technical and IT support teams who worked tirelessly to ensure the seamless functioning of the online platforms, allowing us to connect, engage, and learn together from the comfort of our homes. Their expertise and unwavering dedications have made this virtual event a grand success one. So again, on behalf of Amity University Academic Staff College, I give my deepest gratitude to my participants, also those who have joined from different parts of India, and their contributions and their invaluable participation really made this event a very this event a successful one. So again, I hope to meet you all again tomorrow morning to attend the third session of our online faculty development program. So with these words, I really thanks all of you that today we have learned so many things from our resource persons. Special thanks to Taranjit ma'am, Rasna ma'am also.
Thank you so much, Sushma. Fantastic. I think the day has been really fruitful. Thank you one and all for being a part of this second day workshop. We look forward to have your companies on online mode tomorrow itself. Tomorrow morning, sharp at 10, we would be starting the session. And I think you would have another fruitful day. Thank you one and all.
Also, dear participants, I have shared the attendance link once again. Please use the same to mark your attendance for the day. Thank you so much. Have a great day ahead. Thank you.